Chapter 35-37. Little brother Yang, since you haven't fully possessed this body, there's still a way out. As long as you give up this body, you'll still be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. Mi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Lord Yahiko's words. Earlier, Mi Xian had thought that there was no turning back for his brother. Once he fully possessed the body, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even if he managed to escape, he would have to possess another body. This was a characteristic of the Dead Spirit clan. They would either not possess a physical body, or once they succeeded, they would have to possess another body in the future. Otherwise, it would not take long for them to be reduced to ashes. However, if they failed to possess a physical body, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lord Yahiko's expression froze when he heard this. He finally realized that the emotional card he had played earlier meant that he would be forced to possess his current body. Big brother. At this point, Lord Yahiko no longer tried to hide anything. I'll tell you the truth. There's no turning back for me. I've gotten used to the human body. I like the human body. I don't want to live the life of a dead spirit like before. I want to enjoy everything a human can enjoy. Moreover, if I can successfully possess that new body, given the potential of that new body, my limits in the future will not be limited to the level of high divine king like the members of the ghost race. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the level of a divine emperor or even a god emperor. With the body's talent, it's not impossible for me to become a godly venerable in the future. I might even have a chance to become a paramount expert. A paramount expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of this world. We, the Spectre clan, are merely an inferior race in the netherworld, let alone in this world, which includes the various planes of gods. Big brother. Do you understand me? Lord Yahiko looked at Mi Xian with an impassioned expression. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that even if I possess that person, I won't return to the Dead Spirit clan in the future. Although Lord Yahiko said that, he had other thoughts in his mind. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the Dead Spirit clan and devour the souls to increase his strength. That was because it was a shortcut for him to increase his strength after he possessed the body of a human. Of the Dead Spirit clan, the only one he had feelings for was his big brother before him. In the future, other than his big brother, he would not spare the rest of the Dead Spirit clansmen. Standing at the peak of this world, hearing Master Mi Yang's words, Mi Xian was clearly frightened. He didn't expect his disciple to have such lofty ambitions. At this moment, he didn't even know how to refute his younger brother. Asking him to turn back, wouldn't that be cutting off his future? Are you sure that the body you're about to possess has that kind of potential? Mi Xian asked with a serious expression. You should know that the dead soul race only has one chance to completely possess a life. Once we use this chance, we can only possess the body in the future. We cannot possess anything else in that body. Big brother, I know this. Naturally, I won't use that chance recklessly. Lord Yahiko said confidently. He was very confident in the body of the young man called Duan Lingtian. Once he completely possessed him, with his foundation, his cultivation speed would be faster than the young man's. Big brother, help me just this once. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him. Just this once. In the future, I won't trouble you anymore. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, even bringing up some of the past between him and Mi Xian, including how he had once saved Mi Xian's life. Being brought up again, Mi Xian's emotions became restless again, but he finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Wait for me here. After I return to the clan and settle some matters, I'll come find you and leave the netherworld with you. I'll help you obtain the body you want. After bidding farewell to Lord Yahiko, Mi Xian left. After receiving Mi Xian's agreement, Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the netherworld. Currently, he and his master, Feng Qingyang, were waiting in the title temple's sub-temple of the solitary destructive heaven when they finally met Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple. Vice Palace Master Shu. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Shu Konghai again. However, Feng Qingyang remained calm as though he was not surprised at all. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Duan Lingtian, I'm here to bring you to the Title Temple's main temple. Unlike the solemn expression he had during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, Shu Konghai had a polite smile on his face when he spoke to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Palace Master Shu. Feng Qingyang nodded. He was not as casual as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Feng Qingyang did not do this on purpose. It was just that he was used to being like this. He was different in front of Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was his only true disciple. As for the others, they were nothing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even if the Hall Master of the Title Temple was here, he would still act the same, let alone the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Shu Konghai leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were transported to the main temple of the Title Temple through the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heavens subtemple's main temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was very rich. It was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy was everywhere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had never been to a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy was thinner when they traveled with Shu Konghai. Duan Lingtian, the secret chamber of laws is an important place in the main temple of the Title Temple. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple, I still have to go through some procedures if I want to lead you into the secret chamber of laws. Shu Konghai said to Duan Lingtian, who had also come to a halt when they arrived in front of a palace that occupied a vast area. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this. After all, the secret chamber of laws was one of the most important places in the Title Temple. It was only natural that there were many rules. Wind Heavenly Emperor, do you want to come with us, or do you want me to arrange a place for you to rest? Shu Konghai asked as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang looked at Shu Konghai meaningfully before he said, I'm fine with anything. In that case, I'll lead you to a place for you to rest. Shu Konghai smiled faintly as though he did not see Feng Qingyang's meaningful gaze. Then, he sent a message to someone. After a dozen breaths, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his build was average. However, he exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It was clear he was not a simple person. Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Bring him to the courtyards in the Title Temple. He can choose any courtyard he wants, Shu Konghai said. Yes, Vice Palace Master. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Qingyang nodded before he left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed Shu Konghai to the Title Temple. Duan Lingtian remained calm as he followed Shu Konghai to the Title Temple. He did not seem worried at all. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, was not with him, it was a fact that he was in the Title Temple. If the Title Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider his master first. After all, even the Title Temple would not be willing to bear the wrath of a god. Moreover, his master's clone was only here with the law of earth. Even if his master stayed here, he could still exact revenge on the Title Temple. If the Title Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the Title Temple might not know his master's true strength, but he knew his master could break through to the God King stage at any time and become a God King who was above the god. For this reason, he was not worried at all. Along the way, Shu Konghai did not do anything suspicious. After he led Duan Lingtian through the Title Temple, he asked, Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay with the Heavenly Emperor for a few days before entering the Title Temple, or do you plan to enter the Title Temple now? I'll enter now. Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. The sooner he finished his business, the sooner he could leave. All right. Shu Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, you'll be able to stay in the Title Temple for the longest time. Since you're the winner, you can choose 2 Title Temples. However, you'll still have to stay in the Title Temple for 3 months. Shu Konghai paused for a moment before he added, well, The title temple only has title temples that contain the laws of the 5 elements. Duan Lingtian had long known about this, so he was not surprised. Which 2 title temples do you plan to choose? Shu Konghai asked again. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he heard Shu Konghai's question. He said bluntly, I'll choose the title temple for the law of fire and the title temple for the law of earth. Whether it was the law of fire or the law of earth, Duan Lingtian had studied them for a while, so he had a good understanding of them. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, was also skilled in the law of earth. His master could give him a lot of pointers when it came to the law of earth. Chapter 35-38. Before coming into contact with the law of space, Duan Lingtian's forte was the law of fire. For this reason, apart from the secret room that contained the law of earth, he would enter the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Due to the limited time, he was confident he would be able to master the 2 profundities within 3 months. Of course, during these 3 months, while mastering all the profundities of these 2 laws, if he had free time, he would continue to meditate and comprehend the fusion of the profundities of these 2 laws. Once you've made your decision, you can't change it. Are you sure? Are you sure about the secret rooms that contain the law of fire and the law of earth? Shu Konghai asked again. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind before he came here. There was no need for him to change it. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Shu Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the secret rooms in the title temple's main hall. The secret rooms in the title temple's main hall were protected by layers of formations. If one had not been here before, one would not be able to discover anything even if they used their divine consciousness. This was because the secret rooms were too well hidden. There were many concealment formations and other formations set up in the secret rooms. There are only 5 secret rooms in the title temple, and they correspond to the laws of the 5 elements. Currently, a disciple of the title temple is meditating in the secret room that contained the law of earth. You can enter the secret room that contained the law of fire first. He'll come out in a month at most. It won't affect you when you enter the secret room that contained the law of earth later. Shu Konghai said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian to the 5 secret rooms in the title temple. The 5 secret rooms were located on a high platform in 5 different directions. The high platform looked more like an altar. It was covered with complicated veins and diagrams. If one looked at it, one would feel dazzled. If one used their divine consciousness to look at it, it would cause one to fall into a daze. The secret rooms in the title temple seemed to be created by the powerhouse who founded the title temple. Sister Shui said only supreme powerhouses have the ability to create secret rooms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Of the 5 law chambers in front of him, any one of them looked simple and unadorned, unlike the law of time chambers left behind in the land of inheritance that his master had brought him to. They were as resplendent as palaces. You can arrange your time. You can stay in the secret room that contained the law of fire for the next 3 months. However, after 3 months, you won't be able to enter the secret room. Shu Konghai said to Durum yes. Duan Lingtian. You with the law of time, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian of with the law of time. Duan you, Duan Lingtian of fire of Lingtian of time. Duan Duan of Duan Duan Tian of Duan of Dun was of the Duan of the time was a of to Duan of the Duan was of the of time of the was of the Duan. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You may enter now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come and get you when the 3 months are up. Shu Konghai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. Shu Konghai turned around and left, leaving the 2 old men standing guard in the middle of the secret rooms. At this time, Duan Lingtian entered the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Since he had entered the secret room that contained the law of time before, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process. It seems like my plan won't work. Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was spying on him even though he was in the secret room. Moreover, it felt as though someone was deliberately trying to make him aware of it. This feeling also made him realize that someone was monitoring this law chamber. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame from the 5 divine elements to see if it could help him steal some of the profundities from the law of fire into his little world. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had told him that he could do that. However, now that he discovered someone was spying on him, his plan was doomed to fail. Duan Lingtian had thought about bringing his friends and family to the secret room in the Title Temple to obtain the profundities from the law of fire. However, he quickly dismissed the idea since he was certain the Title Temple would have a way to prevent him from doing that. Apart from Huan and Xuanai, who had yet to wake up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not bring his friends and family to the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven. After all, it was risky for him to leave the heavenly palace of Duan Lingtian. For safety's sake, he would feel more at ease if his friends and family were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I should focus on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian focused on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. Due to his experience in the secret room that contained the law of time, he was able to obtain the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. I have 3 months to obtain all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret room in the Title Temple, Shu Konghai went to see the Hall Master of the Title Temple. The Hall Master of the Title Temple was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody scar between his eyebrows that resembled a bright moon. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Title Temple sat at the top of the stairs in the great meeting hall of the Title Temple. He looked like a king who had descended from the heavens as he looked down at the people below him. Shu Konghai, who had just arrived, was among them. Apart from Shu Konghai, there were 3 other old men present. One of them was the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple, while the other 2 were Grand Elders of the Title Temple. All of them were godly spirit powerhouses in the Title Temple. Lord Hall Master, Duan Lingtian has entered the secret room. Shu Konghai reported Duan Lingtian's whereabouts as soon as he spoke. As for Feng Qingyang, I've already arranged for him to stay in one of our guest courtyards. Good. The Hall Master of the Title Temple nodded before he looked at the 3 old men. Is it worth it to risk offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Lingtian? Feng Qingyang, it should only be his law clone, Feng Qingyang said. It's easy to kill Duan Lingtian, and it's easy to destroy Feng Qingyang's law clone. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. Currently, we don't even know where Feng Qingyang's true body is. Even if he can't defeat the Title Temple, he can still make a move on our branch. The Hall Master of the Title Temple pointed out the key points as soon as he spoke. Hall Master. One of the old men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, but he has already mastered the Space Sword Dao and Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are quite high as well. Currently, he is suspected to be as strong as an 8-star god of war. There's a high chance he has some secret that allows him to master the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth so easily. If the Title Temple is able to obtain this secret, we might be able to create a group of people who are similar to him. Moreover, the Title Temple has always been searching for people who have mastered the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Someone like Duan Lingtian is someone the Title Temple is willing to pay a huge price to recruit. It's just Feng Qingyang who just recently became a god. Do you think that our Title Temple should be afraid of him? If he dares to make a move on our branch, I'll immediately teleport over and kill his true body. The old man was one of the supreme elders of the Title Temple. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the Hall Master of the Title Temple, he was still a greater god. His strength was much stronger than Shu Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple. For this reason, I suggest we imprison Duan Lingtian. It's fine if Feng Qingyang gives in. However, if he doesn't, do you think the Title Temple should be afraid of a brat who has only recently become a god? The old man had lived for more than 60,000 years. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang, who had only lived for slightly more than 10,000 years, was no different from a brat. That makes sense. Another old man, who was also a supreme elder of the Title Temple, nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Title Temple can't be blasphemed by a mere lesser god. He's just a lesser deity. Even if he's out of his mind to take revenge on our title temple, as long as we're prepared in advance, we can send out intermediate deities and above to kill him before we suffer heavy losses. If he dares to cause trouble, I'm willing to make a move myself and kill him." The old man's face was filled with ruthlessness as he spoke. "What do you think?" After hearing what the two supreme elders of the title temple had to say, the temple master of the title temple shifted his gaze to Shu Konghai and the remaining old man. Both of them were vice-temple masters of the title temple, and they were intermediate gods. "Vice Hall Master Shu, why don't you speak first?" The old man looked at Shu Konghai and said, "You've interacted with Feng Qingyang more than I have." "I haven't seen him before." Shu Konghai nodded. Then, he looked at the Hall Master of the title temple and said in a deep voice, "Hall Master, I can understand the Supreme Elder's feelings. However, I have a feeling that Feng Qingyang is not as simple as he seems. I'm afraid he's not as simple as a lesser god. Even if it's just his clone made from the law of earth, I have a strong feeling that I might not be able to defeat him." Shu Konghai voiced his concerns. Before the Hall Master of the title temple could say anything, one of the two supreme elders spoke first. "Vice Hall Master Shu, I'm sure you're wrong. He's just a brat who has only become a god a few hundred years ago. Do you think he'll be able to improve and become an intermediate god or even a greater god in just a few hundred years? What a joke." Chapter 35-39. I think it's time to make a decision. "Don't tell me you want what happened to Feng Qingyang to happen again," the Supreme Elder of the title temple said. "What happened to Feng Qingyang?" As soon as the Supreme Elder of the title temple finished speaking, everyone, including Shu Konghai, fell silent. Although the title temple had been around for a long time, it was sad that no one in the current generation, including the temple master, had grasped any of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although this was very common in the history of the title temple, it still made the current generation of title temple rulers feel sad and anxious. Although there were comprehensions of the four Taos of heaven and earth in the title temple, they were all comprehensions left behind by the ancestors of the title temple in the past. They were all written down and depended on one's comprehension ability. No one in the title temple was capable of personally teaching the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, the title temple shifted its focus to the people outside. Anyone who could be confirmed to have mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth would be captured so that the title temple could personally teach them. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen like a shooting star. He had even mastered the destruction sword Tao, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the title temple had only sent someone to test the waters. That person was Tang Sanpao's master, a high-ranking official of the title temple who was currently in seclusion. Although he was no longer in the title temple, he was still working for the title temple. However, when he challenged Feng Qingyang, he defeated Feng Qingyang. During that battle, the title temple discovered that Feng Qingyang had grasped the destruction sword Tao. Based on Feng Qingyang's attainments in the destruction sword Tao, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would continue to improve. For this reason, the title temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to master the destruction sword Tao before making a move on Feng Qingyang and bringing him to the title temple. Mastering the destruction sword Tao and mastering the destruction sword Tao were two completely different concepts. Since Feng Qingyang was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the title temple was not in a hurry to capture him. Therefore, the title temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to become a god before capturing Feng Qingyang and forcing him to hand over his comprehension of the destruction sword Tao. Now, Shu Konghai and the others who were present were very patient and wanted to wait a little longer. However, before Feng Qingyang was about to become a god, they heard that Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, they had regretted not making a move earlier. At that time, they thought Feng Qingyang who was trapped in the Azura Hell would definitely die. After all, the Azura Heaven and Earth was the God King, the Azura Heaven and Earth, the Azura God Azura. Just like its name, the Azura Heaven and Earth was hell. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, hope rose in their hearts again. Then, they sent Tang Sanpao's master to test Duan Ling Tian again. This time, Tang Sanpao's master was defeated miserably. Not only has Feng Qingyang mastered the destruction sword Dao, but I can't even see through his destruction sword Dao. Moreover, he's already a god. Moreover, he's only a clone from the law of earth. His true body and his strongest clone from the law of destruction aren't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they heard Tang Sanpao's master's words, they knew it would be difficult for the title temple to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Even a god, a lesser god, was not someone they could easily control. At the very least, they did not have the perfect method to force a god to do something against his will. If a god wanted to commit suicide, they could stop him. However, they did not have the ability to completely control a god. We should have made a move earlier. At that time, they still regretted not making a move earlier. That's right. At the same time, another supreme elder from the title temple chimed in, we can't afford to hesitate any longer. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. Feng Qingyang should be thankful that we didn't make a move on him. It'll be fine if he knows what's good for him. However, if he doesn't, we'll turn him into a stray dog without waiting for him to make a move. The supreme elder from the title temple who had spoken earlier said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly. Temple Master. At this moment, even Shu Konghai and the other vice-temple master of the title temple felt their blood boil when they heard the supreme elder's words. They turned to look at the temple master of the title temple in unison, waiting for his opinion. The temple master's opinion would be final. What do the two of you think? The temple master of the title temple looked at Shu Konghai and the other vice-temple master as he asked, now that the two supreme elders have made their stand, what do the two of you think we should do? Temple master, I agree with the two supreme elders' words. The other vice-temple master was the first to speak up. Shu Konghai smiled bitterly. Even if I told you not to make a move on Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, temple master, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, temple master. As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, the other three old men turned to look at the temple master of the title temple in unison. Let him stay. The temple master of the title temple master said indifferently, just as the two supreme elders have said, do you think the title temple is afraid of Feng Qingyang, a mere heavenly emperor who has only become a god a few hundred years ago? After we let Duan Lingtian stay, it'll be fine if he doesn't act recklessly. However, if he acts recklessly, we'll make him suffer. The temple master of the title temple finally made up his mind. When do we make our move? Shu Konghai asked. Let's wait until Duan Lingtian has spent enough time in the secret room of laws. The temple master of the title temple pondered for a moment before he said, who knows, he might be able to comprehend something in the secret room of laws and improve his four Tao of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll be more beneficial to the title temple. You're wise, temple master. The other vice-temple master's eyes lit up as he flattered the temple master of the title temple. At this moment, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, were unaware that the title temple had decided to target Duan Lingtian. It took slightly more than a month for Duan Lingtian to leave the secret room of laws of fire and enter the secret room of laws of earth. Then, he stayed in the secret room of laws of earth for 3 months before he came out. Time's up. When the time was up, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he felt a huge force pushing him out of the secret room of laws of earth. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed out of the secret room of laws of earth, had a calm expression on his face. However, inwardly, he was very satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had successfully comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. At this point, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth to the mastery stage. The law of space. The law of time. The law of fire. The law of earth. Both of you, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Shu. It's time for me to return with my master. After being pushed out of the secret room of laws, Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the same spot for a while before he looked at the two people outside the secret room. These two people were the elders of the title temple who were in charge of guarding the secret room of Laws of Earth. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they nodded. At the same time, one of them sent a message to Shu Konghai. "I'll send a message to the Vice Temple Master for you. Please wait for a moment." The title temple elder who sent the message to Shu Konghai said, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to his master. "Master, I've come out. I'll wait for Vice Temple Master Shu to bring me to you. After that, we can leave. I'll wait for both of you." Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he asked, "Did it go smoothly?" "It went smoothly." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Next, I'll have to fuse their profundities. It'll be similar to the law of time that I comprehended earlier." Naturally, Feng Qingyang praised Duan Lingtian's words. "Not bad. I can impart some of my experience with the law of earth to you as well. However, you'll have to rely on your own comprehension of the law of earth, just like my sword Dao." "I know that." Duan Lingtian replied again. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he saw a figure flying toward him from afar at lightning speed. "Master, let's continue our discussion when we meet later. Vice Palace Master Shu is here." "Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay in the title temple for a while longer to comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth while the iron is hot, or do you plan to return?" Shu Konghai asked with a smile when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Temple Master Shu, but I plan to return after meeting up with my master." Duan Lingtian replied. "All right, I'll bring you to your master." Shu Konghai nodded and did not say anything else. Under Shu Konghai's lead, Duan Lingtian soon met his master, Feng Qingyang. At this time, his heart that had been hanging in the air was completely put down. In the end, it seemed like the title temple did not intend to do anything to him, let alone keep him alive. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang could speak, the sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly rang in the air. It was piercing to the ears. Whoosh! At the same time, Shu Konghai, who was originally standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and hovered in the air. At the same time, the other four figures also appeared in a timely manner. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other three were old men. Chapter 3540. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by this sudden development. He did not expect this at all. Just a moment ago, Shu Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple, had brought Duan Lingtian to his master out of goodwill. It was as though he was escorting Duan Lingtian out of the Title Temple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw his master, it seemed as though Shu Konghai had turned into a completely different person. He stood in the air and surrounded Duan Lingtian with four other people. Was the Title Temple planning to keep him here after all? Moreover, they did not even bother to hide their intentions in front of his master. Where did the Title Temple get their confidence from? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Duan Lingtian's heart sank at this moment. The Title Temple must have thought about the consequences of their actions. However, since this had happened, it meant the Title Temple was prepared to bear the consequences of their actions. It was obvious they were no longer afraid of his master, Feng Qingyang. Or perhaps, they did not think his master was a threat to the Title Temple. Wu Hongqing. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had a grim expression on his face, Feng Qingyang's expression remained calm. His eyes were trained on the middle-aged man hovering in the air. Wu Hongqing was the current hall master of the Title Temple. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the old man who was hovering in the air snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you has the right to call our hall master by his name?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the figure hovering in the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. His brows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded an imposing aura. At this very moment, the other party was looking down at him and his master. Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing stood in the air and looked at Feng Qingyang indifferently. He said indifferently, "The title temple wants you as a core disciple. You, just pretend that you don't have such a disciple. If you're willing, the title temple won't try to deprive you of your position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can continue to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven for as long as you want. This is what I, Wu Hongqing, the current hall master of the title temple, promise you." As soon as Wu Hongqing opened his mouth, he asked for Duan Lingtian from Feng Qingyang. He even offered a price at the right time. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that he still had some value. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the title temple, including the hall master, were unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise. With his master's strength, there was no need for the title temple to make such a promise. With his own strength, he was more than capable of becoming the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Has the title temple made up your mind? Feng Qingyang ignored Wu Hongqing's words. He stared at Wu Hongqing indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was frightening. Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious. Another Grand Supreme Elder from the title temple chimed in with a mocking smile. How long has it been since you became a god? I'm afraid you're only an intermediate god at most, right? How dare you threaten the title temple? Perhaps, you'll say that your true body and your clone from the law of destruction aren't here so you can seek revenge on the title temple's branches in the Devata realms. If your true body and your clone from the law of destruction dare to make a move on the title temple's branches, I'll personally teleport over to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be seen on the Supreme Elder's face as he spoke. Then, he added, moreover, if you dare to act recklessly, even if you've already escaped by the time I arrive, I won't be able to escape from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, unless you're willing to become a sectless cultivator and live a fugitive. However, you'll still be hunted down by the god-level powerhouses of the title temple. The title temple's Grand Supreme Elder's every word and action was a perfect example of the word threat. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect the title temple would be so ruthless. You want me to die a graveless death? Contrary to Duan Lingtian's unsightly expression, a faint smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, watch out! Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, cried out in alarm as his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, Wu Hongqing vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang earlier. However, it was too late. The Supreme Elder from the title temple who had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier had a bloody hole in his glabella. Even then, he was still wearing a disdainful expression on his face. It was clear he did not react in time. The Supreme Elder, Shu Konghai, and the Vice Hall Master of the title temple felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar when they saw this. They felt chills running up their spines from the soles of their feet to their heads. Brother Quan, when the remaining Supreme Elder of the title temple regained his senses, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, he was unable to vent his anger on Feng Qingyang. This was because when he looked at Feng Qingyang again, there was more fear in his eyes than anger. How's this possible? When the two Vice Hall Masters from the title temple, including Shu Konghai, regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their title temple's Supreme Elder was a higher god, and he was a Grand Elder. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had died right in front of them. Moreover, they did not even see how he had died. All they heard was the sound of a sword humming in the air. Feng Qingyang. Did he draw his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I didn't even see him draw his sword. Moreover, this is only his clone from the law of earth. Shu Konghai and the Vice Hall Master from the title temple trembled in fear. It's not just us. Even Elder Su Quan did not react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, finally spoke. Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through to the God King stage. You've become a God King. Wu Hongqing's tone was filled with anger, but at the same time, it was also filled with fear. His face was filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since Feng Qingyang became a god? How was he already a God King? How was this possible? God King. Shu Konghai and the other two Vice Hall Masters had already realized that Feng Qingyang's strength was definitely at the God King stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Supreme Elder from the Title Temple so easily. Master has broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang killing the Supreme Elder from the Title Temple. This was something that he had not expected. After all, when he went to the Azura Hell with his master's main body was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the God King stage. He did not expect his master to break through to the God King stage in just slightly more than a year. Now, the Title Temple still wants to keep my disciple alive. Feng Qingyang stepped into the air and stood in the center of the four experts from the Title Temple with his hands on his back. His expression was calm as he said, "If you still want to, you can try." Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Qingyang. "Since you're a God King, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to kill the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple to prove your strength? You did it on purpose." As soon as Wu Hongqing found out that Feng Qingyang was a God King, he knew that it was impossible for him and the Title Temple to keep Duan Lingtian alive. Moreover, Su Quan, the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple, had died in vain. Even if Wu Hongqing could control the formation in the Title Temple's main hall to deal with Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Qingyang. Even the most powerful killing formation in the Title Temple's main hall could only kill ordinary gods at most. This was because the formation was powerful, and there were many divine crystals as the driving source of the formation. It should be noted that divine crystals could not be used to set up divine formations unless they were in the realms of gods. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not resonate with divine crystals. Only the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could resonate with divine crystals and allow divine formations to unleash their full potential. The killing formation in the Title Temple's main hall could kill a God King in the realms of gods. However, in the realms of gods, it could only kill ordinary lesser gods at most. Otherwise, it could only injure the lesser gods severely. So what if I did it on purpose? Feng Qingyang retorted indifferently. He looked at Wu Hongqing calmly. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. "Little Tian, let's go." Feng Qingyang glanced at Wu Hongqing indifferently before he beckoned to Duan Lingtian to leave with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, looked at Feng Qingyang with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he had no intention of making a move at all. It was as though he wanted to let Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Feng Qingyang, humph! Another cold snort came from afar. However, a figure appeared in the distant void above. Tathagata. As soon as the figure appeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the person. It was the temple master of the Title Temple's Xian Yuantian branch, who was currently controlled by the dead spirit clansman. Chapter 3541. Temple Master Rulai. Even Shu Konghai, one of the vice-temple masters of the Title Temple, was taken aback by Rulai's arrival. He did not expect Rulai would show up at such a time. Moreover, Rulai was swaggering in front of them. "Can't you see that even we have to avoid Feng Qingyang's attack? Who would have thought Feng Qingyang was already a God King? If they had known this earlier, they would not have shown up to force Feng Qingyang to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, a God King was more than enough to force the Title Temple to compromise. At the very least, they had no choice but to compromise. Although the Title Temple could mobilize more powerful forces, those forces were all in the realms of gods. Before the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, they would not be able to use those forces. Currently, their strongest cultivator was the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, a mere celestial king. Perhaps, the temple master of the title temple was not afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, what about the others in the title temple? If Feng Qingyang really wanted to fight to the death, with his strength as a celestial king, he could easily slaughter the entire title temple until only the hall master of the title temple remained. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, did not attack Feng Qingyang even though he was infuriated. After all, it was meaningless. Moreover, it would only worsen the situation. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, the title temple would not have to worry about him. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the title temple. There were also more than 5 higher gods in the title temple. Even if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was at the higher rank deity stage, they would still be wary of him. At that time, they would consider keeping Duan Lingtian alive no matter what. However, Feng Qingyang had killed one of the title temple's higher gods and displayed his strength as a celestial king. At this moment, there was no need for them to hesitate. They had no other choice. Hall Master Rulai. Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the title temple, glanced at Tathagata indifferently before he said, "Vice Hall Master Shu told me that you said you'd come over to help us come up with a solution. However, it's meaningless now. You, go back to your Heaven Shen Tian branch palace." Shu Konghai had told Wu Hongqing that Tathagata, who was at the pinnacle of Shenyuan heaven, was coming, so Wu Hongqing knew about it. Now, seeing that Tathagata was late and had even arrived at this time, he could not help but feel a little irritated. In his opinion, even if all the palace masters of the title temple's branches in the Devata realms were gathered here, it would still be useless, let alone Tathagata. Feng Qingyang was a godly king. Even if he was no match for him, this was only Feng Qingyang's avatar of the laws of earth. Besides that, he still had his main body and his avatar of the laws of destruction. That was what was truly frightening. "Hall Master, I saw what happened earlier." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Tathagata said indifferently, "I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have become a celestial king. Although he's only a primitive celestial king, it's still shocking." Wu Hongqing was taken aback by Tathagata's words. He did not expect Tathagata to have arrived so early and witnessed Feng Qingyang's attack. However, if that was the case, why did Tathagata still dare to show up in such a domineering manner? "Hall Master, all of you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once I possess Duan Lingtian, as long as the title temple is willing to make me the next Hall Master, I'm willing to share all of his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple." Possession. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, the few godly powerhouses in the title temple, including Wu Hongqing, were stunned. Even if Tathagata wanted to possess Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, right? Wasn't Tathagata simply possessing a body? Should I call you Tathagata or a member of the Dead Spirit clan? Wu Hongqing, Shu Konghai, and the others from the title temple were still stunned by Tathagata's words when Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata and asked meaningfully, "Dead Spirit clan?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the few people from the title temple looked at Tathagata warily. Their expressions turned solemn. As high-ranking officials of the title temple who had lived for a long time, it was only natural that they knew what the Dead Spirit clan meant. "It seems like you know everything." Tathagata, also known as Yahiko the Venerable, was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. "However, I would prefer if you called me Yahiko the Venerable. As for the Dead Spirit clan, after I possess you, the Dead Spirit clan will no longer accept me, and I'll no longer be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I will become you. I will take over everything you have, including your memories and everything related to cultivation." Yahiko paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Hongqing. "Temple Master, you should have a certain understanding of the Dead Spirit clan. You should know that it's impossible for the Dead Spirit clan to accept another person who has possessed a physical body. You should also know that every member of the Dead Spirit clan has a chance to completely possess another person's body. I plan to use this chance on Duan Lingtian. As for Tathagata, I haven't completely possessed him. I've only suppressed his soul and temporarily gained control of his body. What I said to you earlier was also not false. I need the protection of the title temple. If the Dead Spirit clan finds out about me and wants to make a move on me, you have to protect me. As for whether I'll become the next temple master of the title temple, that's only secondary. As long as you agree, I'll share all of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple after I successfully possess him. Master Yahiko brought up this matter again. Wu Hongqing was slightly tempted by Yahiko's words. He knew about the Dead Spirit clan. It was a variant clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was also information about the Dead Spirit clan in the title temple, including the fact that every member of the Dead Spirit clan had a chance to completely possess another person's body and that the Dead Spirit clan did not allow members of the Dead Spirit clan to possess another person's body. The title temple also recorded that the Dead Spirit clan was almost destroyed by a member of the Dead Spirit clan who had possessed another person's body. I agree to your request. Due to his understanding of the Dead Soul clan, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, was confident he would be able to protect Mi Yang after he possessed Duan Lingtian. Wu Hongqing sent Yahiko a voice transmission since he was afraid of angering Feng Qingyang. However, with Feng Qingyang here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to possess Duan Lingtian. I can't help you as well. If I help you, even if you succeed in possessing Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Qingyang won't let you off so easily. Wu Hongqing expressed his concern. Don't worry, Temple Master. There's no need for you to help. Yahiko replied confidently through voice transmission. As for Feng Qingyang, it won't take long for him to disappear from this world. He's just a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he lowered his head and said softly, Big brother, I'll leave Feng Qingyang to you. After destroying his law avatars, it shouldn't take long for you to find out where his true body and other avatars are. Please help me kill him once and for all. After saying that, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a cold light. Big brother. Although Yahiko spoke softly, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, was about to kill Yahiko in the primordial precipice in the primordial heaven, Yahiko had said he had an elder brother who was a celestial king. Did Yahiko's elder brother come with him? Moreover, Yahiko's elder brother knew his master was a celestial king, and yet, Yahiko's elder brother was not a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko's words attracted the attention of the people from the title temple, a soul suddenly emerged from Yahiko's body. His spiritual body was in the form of a human. As it floated in the air, it emitted a terrifying aura that quickly locked onto Feng Qingyang. Brother Yang, this is the last time I'll help you. Take care of yourself in the future. The soul was none other than Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan whom Yahiko had invited from the Spectre clan. He was an intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan. Brother, I won't have the face to beg you in the future. Yahiko smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After all, he was going to have a new body soon. Moreover, it would be a perfect body for him. Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, Mi Xian made his move. A terrifying soul energy surged out of his body. Since the Spectre clan was a soul, they were skilled in soul attacks. They could not use material attacks. This is, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, was shocked and delighted when he saw Mi Xian's attack. An intermediate celestial king? Although he had guessed Mi Xian's helper would be strong enough to suppress Feng Qingyang, he was certain the helper was at least an intermediate celestial king. However, when he saw Mi Xian's strength as an intermediate celestial king, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Spectre clan is skilled in locking onto souls and tracking the owner of souls. Even if a god's avatar is targeted by the Spectre clan, they'll be able to track down the owner's true body and other avatars in a short time. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. This intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan should be able to deal with Feng Qingyang's true body and all of his avatars. Literature Hall. Chapter 3542. The Dead Spirit Clan was an unusual life form. They were spiritual life forms. This life form was born with a powerful soul. After becoming a celestial king, they could easily kill most celestial kings of the same cultivation base with their soul attacks. Moreover, the Dead Spirit Clan was adept at locking onto souls and tracking their masters. It was said that they were natural killers in ancient times. They could slay celestials and slaughter gods. Even gods would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto by the Dead Spirit Clan. Even if it was just a law avatar, their main body and other law avatars would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto. Therefore, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, was overjoyed when he saw Lord Yahiko summoning a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan. This meant that Feng Qingyang was doomed. Feng Qingyang was only a lower celestial king like him. Even he would not be able to escape from a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan if he did not have the soul defense divine weapon from the title temple. He did not even have a 10% chance of escaping, let alone Feng Qingyang, who had become a lower celestial king after him. Unless he has a soul defense divine weapon. However, that's almost impossible. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. Whoosh. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan turned into a ray of blood-red light and entered his master's glabella before he could react. He disappeared into his master's glabella. Then, he saw that around his divine master's body, in addition to the divine power that contained the law of earth, streaks of terrifying soul power also spread out in all directions at the right time. It was as if two soul powers were colliding. However, it was obvious that the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit Clan had the upper hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Not to mention that his master was only a clone of the laws of earth, the spiritual energy it contained couldn't be compared to his master's main body at all. Even the soul power that the expert from the Dead Spirit Clan exuded when he attacked made him realize that his opponent's soul power was so strong that even his master's original body might not be a match for it. Moreover, since Master Yahiko was still so confident even after knowing that his master was a lower divine king, it meant that his elder brother was stronger than a lower divine king, or at least a mid-divine king. Don't mention that you're just a law clone. Even if your true body was here, I would still be able to turn you into ashes. Mi Xian's indifferent voice rang from within Feng Qingyang's body at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could sense that Mi Xian's soul energy was growing stronger and Feng Qingyang's soul energy was weakening. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. If you dare touch my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, will enter the netherworld in the future and destroy your entire Dead Spirit Clan. Feng Qingyang spoke as his soul was gradually being destroyed. His voice was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. It was bone-chilling. I believe that you will have the ability to do so in the future. Mi Xian's voice rang out again. In just 10,000 years, you have achieved what you have today. In the future, becoming a divine emperor or even a god emperor will be a cinch. Unfortunately, you are destined to never mature. After destroying your clone, I will track down your true body and the other clones and destroy them one by one to prevent future trouble. Mi Xian's tone turned icy as he spoke. Little Tian, run! Feng Qingyang shouted as his body exploded. A terrifying force that came from his divine energy that was infused with the law of earth swept out in all directions and slammed into everyone present. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The remaining Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters, including Shu Konghai, were sent flying by the force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Title Temple Master, made his move as well. He stood in front of Lord Yahiko to protect him. He did not even protect the Supreme Elder of the Title Temple and the 2 Vice Temple Masters. He only protected Lord Yahiko. Thank you, Temple Master. Lord Yahiko transmitted his voice to Wu Hongqing. Before this, Lord Yahiko had thought that Feng Qingyang's clone would unleash his greatest strength before his soul was destroyed to create a way out for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Lord Yahiko had notified Wu Hongqing in advance so that Wu Hongqing could protect him. As expected, Feng Qingyang had made his move. Although the law of earth that he had comprehended was not as powerful as the law of destruction that Lord Yahiko had comprehended, his strength as a god-king was still enough to crush any deities below the god-king realm. Although there was only a difference of one level between a god-king and a deity, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Feng Qingyang had not targeted the supreme elder of the title temple, a higher deity. However, he had still been sent flying and had sustained serious injuries. As for the two vice-temple masters of the title temple, Shu Konghai and the other vice-temple master, they were severely injured. They were barely able to stand in the void in the distance. Their bodies were swaying as they looked at Feng Qingyang in horror. Feng Qingyang was only a clone, but he was already so powerful. If his original body and his avatar of the laws of destruction were to come, just how powerful would they be? Run! As soon as Feng Qingyang's clone unleashed his strength, Duan Lingtian had already made his escape. He teleported again and again at the right time. When he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that his master's clone had been completely destroyed. Master's earth elemental avatar was destroyed just like that, and the wisp of soul in his avatar was also destroyed. With the destruction of the soul fragment, Master's original soul will also suffer a backlash. As for his clone, he'll have to spend a lot of time and effort to form it again. Although Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, would only need a certain amount of time to fully recover and form his clone again, Duan Lingtian's master would not be able to do so. However, Duan Lingtian was still furious at what had happened to his master. That dead spirit clansman deserved to die. Achem! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that his teleportation had failed. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura around him. A formation. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly immediately. He knew the title temple had made a move to save his master. Previously, when his master had displayed his strength as a god-king, the title temple did not dare to act rashly. Then, Lord Yahiko from the dead spirit clan who had half-possessed Gautama Buddha's body had appeared. He had brought his elder brother, a dead spirit clansman who was suspected to be at least a mid-level god-king, and had forcefully destroyed his master's clone and forced his master's clone to self-destruct. Apart from that, Lord Yahiko's elder brother had also said that he would hunt down his master. The dead spirit clansmen were blessed by the heavens in this aspect. Duan Lingtian had learned about this during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. After all, he was being targeted by a dead spirit clansman. If he did not learn more about his opponent, he might not even know how he died. Although his master was Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to stay by his side and protect him all the time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, didn't make a move earlier. He's only watching because he's afraid of master's true body and his clone from the law of destruction. Now that a mid-level god king from the dead spirit clan has made a move, he's determined to hunt down his master. Wu Hongqing must think master won't be able to escape from the dead spirit clansman, so he's no longer worried. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this process, his hands did not remain idle. He used all his strength to break through the restraints of the space. However, he discovered that even though the formations in the surroundings were on the verge of collapse from his attacks, they were not destroyed by him in the end. They still stood firm. It's useless. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said, the formation in the title temple is capable of sealing anyone below the level of a god. As long as your strength hasn't reached the level of a god, you won't be able to break free from it. Ha. After Wu Hongqing appeared, Yahiko arrived as well. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was admiring a piece of art. Duan Lingtian, in the end, you still fell into my hands, Yahiko said. Swoosh. After Wu Hongqing appeared, his elder brother, who was in his soul form, appeared next to him. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Little brother Yang, is he the one with the perfect body that you've taken a fancy to? That's right. Lord Yahiko nodded excitedly. Big brother, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Lord Yahiko was so excited that he had lost his composure. There's no need for thanks between us brothers. Mi Xian shook his head. However, little brother Yang, it's best for you to hide for a while after you possess him. I'm worried that Feng Qingyang will go to the Dead Spirit clan before I can find him. After all, we're not the only ones who know about the rule of the Dead Spirit clan. Many outsiders know about it as well. Mi Xian voiced his concern. Don't worry, big brother, Lord Yahiko said nonchalantly. I've already discussed this with Temple Master Wu Hongqing. After I possess Duan Lingtian, I'll share the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple. In return, the title temple will be responsible for protecting me. As long as I'm in the main hall of the title temple, even the supreme elders won't dare to act recklessly, Duan Lingtian said. It was clear that Lord Yahiko was very confident in his backer. Chapter 35-43. Since you're so considerate, I'm relieved. Mi Xian nodded before he turned to Lord Yahiko and said, it's time for you to possess him. The sooner you do so, the sooner you'll be able to accept everything about him. All right. Lord Yahiko nodded before he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian also looked at Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. As for Lord Yahiko, his eyes shone with a strange light. I have news about the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he glanced at the 3 people before him who were about to possess him. The 5 divine elements. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lord Yahiko stopped moving. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing stared at him. But soon, Yahiko coldly snorted. Even if what you said is true, so what? As long as I possess you, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements myself. Lord Yahiko nodded. Both Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded at Master Yahiko's words. That was indeed the case. Temple Master Wu. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Wu Hongqing. Even if I have news about the 5 divine elements, after he possesses me, he can just say that he doesn't have any and won't share it with you. The information I know about the 5 divine elements isn't as simple as it seems. It's possible to obtain all of the 5 divine elements there. If I bring you there, you might be able to obtain your own 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had not thought about it earlier, but now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt it made sense. Stop trying to sow discord, brat. Lord Yahiko's expression turned cold as he sneered. In my opinion, you're trying to use this opportunity to leave the title temple, right? So what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yahiko, then looked at Wu Hongqing and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wu, I know that I can't change my decision today. However, I hope that I can return to my hometown and return to my hometown. This is my greatest wish. If you're willing to do it, I can share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. I've already mastered one of the 5 divine elements. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he controlled the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements to cover his body. A gentle, water-like energy spread out and filled the air like ripples. World-cleansing divine water. As soon as the power of the world-cleansing divine water spread out, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and even Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wu Hongqing wasn't interested in taking over Duan Lingtian's body, and neither was Mi Xian. Only Master Yahiko was interested. However, all of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Even if Mi Xian, a member of the Dead Spirit clan, did not have a physical body, he could still comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the help of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were one of the prerequisites to becoming a supreme expert. With the 5 divine elements, he would be able to comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. Perhaps, he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Dead Spirit clan and become a divine emperor. This is the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Even Mi Xian's body trembled slightly. Although they could sense that Duan Lingtian's world-cleansing divine water was not an ordinary world-cleansing divine water, it was a high-level world-cleansing divine water. However, They did not expect it to be the seventh form of the world-cleansing divine water. It was common knowledge that the 5 divine elements only had 9 forms. The seventh form of the world-cleansing divine water was close to the perfect form of the world-cleansing divine water. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Duan Lingtian said, "I know that there are 4 other 5 divine elements in that place. Like the world-cleansing divine water, they're all in the 7th form of the 5 divine elements." At first, the world-cleansing divine water tried to persuade them to follow me, but they refused. They said they wanted to wait for their fated person. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "I only have one request. I only have one request. Even if my soul is to perish, it must perish in my hometown. The other 4 divine elements are also in my hometown." Although Duan Lingtian's words were tempting, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko were not stupid. However, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Mi Yang were not fools. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words even after he revealed the world-cleansing divine water. "Yahiko." Wu Hongqing looked at Yahiko and said indifferently, "You can possess Duan Lingtian here, but I want his world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, they'll belong to you and Mi Xian." Wu Hongqing seemed very generous at this moment. In fact, this was because he had seen the world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, he did not know if they really existed. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had made them up. Under such circumstances, it would be best if Yahiko agreed to give up the world-cleansing divine water. However, Yahiko was unwilling to comply with Wu Hongqing's request. He smiled faintly and said, "Temple Master, there's no need to rush. Since he said that he wants to die in his hometown, and the other 4 divine elements are in his hometown, then let's go with him. If the other 4 divine elements really exist, I'm willing to give 2 of them to the title temple. The other 2 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water will belong to me and my elder brother." Yahiko said. "What if he's lying?" Wu Hongqing frowned. He did not want to miss out on the world-cleansing divine water. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Yahiko said with a shrug. Based on his words, it was clear he did not intend to give up the world-cleansing divine water after possessing Duan Lingtian. Immediately, Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to bring Duan Lingtian to his hometown. "Duan Lingtian, as far as I know, you have more than one hometown, right? Are you referring to the Holy Region realm or the Yang Huang realm?" Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Hongqing's words. He did not expect Wu Hongqing to know so much about him. To be more precise, the title temple knew so much about him. "The Yang Huang realm." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Although I've spent more time in the Saint Province realm, and the Saint Province realm accounts for more of my hometown, the 5 divine elements are in the Yang Huang realm, not the Saint Province realm. Naturally, if you obtain the 5 divine elements and are willing to send me back to the Saint Province realm, I'll be even more grateful." Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as though he was certain he would die. "You're smart." Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, "If you're not lying to us, we can send you back to the Saint Province realm and let Yahiko possess you there." In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to send Yahiko to another place to possess Duan Lingtian. After all, the 5 divine elements were too tempting. In the end, even Mi Xian was not in a hurry to track down Feng Qingyang and his law clones. Instead, he left the title temple with Duan Lingtian, Wu Jingdian, and Yahiko and returned to the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Then, through the solitary destructive heaven, they traveled to the Yang Huang realm, Duan Lingtian's hometown. "Where are the 5 divine elements?" Wu Hongqing and Yahiko followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as they stared at him intently. Mi Xian followed closely behind them as well. "It's just ahead. We're almost there." Duan Lingtian brought the 3 of them as they traveled through the boundless starry sky of Yang Huang realm. His eyes swept across his surroundings as though he was searching for something. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness as well. Finally, after 5 days, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. He appeared in the ruins of a barren planet. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian was the first to appear in the ruins of a barren planet. Wu Hongqing, Yahiko, and Mi followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for Mi. He was in his soul form, so his body trembled uncontrollably. It's really the other 5 divine elements. I can sense the chaos divine flame's energy. That's the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard the energy coming from the 5 divine elements. 2 of them would belong to him and the title temple. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a regretful expression on his face when he regained his senses. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous as to promise Wu Hongqing 2 divine elements. This was because he had thought Duan Lingtian was lying. As for Mi, he became even more agitated. I want the clear heavens divine wood of these 5 divine elements. Compared to the other 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood was more suitable for a soul form like him. Moreover, he could possess the clear heavens divine wood and use its characteristics to transform into various forms. Moreover, the clear heavens divine wood was also very suitable for a soul form to possess. Moreover, cultivating in the clear heavens divine wood would be twice as effective with half the effort. All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the 2 main offensive types of the 5 divine elements. Hall Master Wu. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Yahiko was slightly reluctant. Fire and water have always been incompatible. I have the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame, so I can give them to you and the title temple. However, you have to give me the profound divine metal. Based on Yahiko's words, it was clear he wanted the world-cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth to Wu Hongqing. Chapter 35-44. Chaos Divine Earth. Wu Hongqing frowned. Yahiko, I don't need the chaos divine earth. You can have the profound divine metal if you want, but you have to give me the world-cleansing divine water. I want the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame. Duan Lingtian, who had his back facing them, sneered when he heard Wu Hongqing and Mi haggling inwardly. 2 idiot. Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a gentle aura swept out of his body and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi, asked coldly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Wu Hongqing and Yahiko shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A hint of vigilance could be seen on their faces as well. In fact, they did not believe Duan Lingtian when he said he wanted to die in his hometown. However, the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were confident that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape their control even if he went to the mundane realm. Moreover, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to find help to deal with them. Now that the 3 of them were together, they were not afraid even if Feng Qingyang's true body or his law clones were to come. Due to their confidence and greed, they had brought Duan Lingtian to the mundane realm, Yanghuang realm. When they arrived at the barren planet in Yanghuang realm, they could clearly sense the auras of the other 4 divine elements. The auras of these 4 divine element spirits were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all high-level divine element spirits. Nothing. Duan Lingtian slowly turned around and looked at Mi. He said indifferently, "The world-cleansing divine water hasn't seen its old friends for a long time, so it went to catch up with them. Furthermore, I am about to die, so there is no need for it to reside in my body." After Duan Lingtian said this, Mi didn't say anything else. After all, Duan Lingtian's explanation was methodical and flawless. Divine King Mi. At this time, Wu Hongqing looked at Mi and said solemnly, "Your soul is the strongest here. Please keep an eye on the 5 divine elements and don't let them escape." "There's no need for Hall Master Wu to remind me," Mi said. Earlier, his boundless presence had already enveloped the entire planet and a large portion of the surrounding star field. It was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape from under his nose. "Sure, you can have the world-cleansing divine water." In the end, because of Wu Hongqing's insistence, Yahiko compromised. Among the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame would belong to Wu Hongqing and the title temple. As for the other 3 divine elements, they would belong to him and his big brother, Mi Xian. A bright smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face when he saw that Yahiko had compromised. Yahiko, don't waste any more time. It's time to possess Duan Lingtian. Now that we've brought him to his hometown, Yanghuang realm, we've fulfilled one of his wishes. When Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian again, he smiled faintly, but his eyes were indifferent. Duan Lingtian. Yahiko looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Thank you for providing me with information about the 5 divine elements. Thank you for your body. If you have an afterlife, you can choose to be a dog. If you meet me, I'll definitely feed you well and take good care of you. Ha ha ha. Yahiko could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Yahiko's laughter. He looked at Yahiko coldly and did not say a word. Whoosh. At the same time, Yahiko's soul finally left Tathagata's body and rushed toward Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Tathagata's body fell to the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment before he struggled to open them again. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in his eyes. Amitabha. Benefactor Duan deserves the credit for me regaining control of my body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to repay this karma. Tathagata sighed as he muttered to himself. Over the years, although Master Yahiko has taken over the initiative of his body, he is aware of everything that happens outside. Master Yahiko's experience is no different from his own experience, it's just that he can't control his body, that's all. He was more like a spectator who had witnessed everything. Whoosh! Yahiko's soul rushed into Duan Lingtian's body and rushed toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Duan Lingtian, I won't be sending you off. Yahiko's soul chuckled in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, a powerful soul, or more accurately, a soul, charged toward Duan Lingtian's soul. Yahiko did not even bother to use any tricks since he did not think it was necessary. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial emperor, his soul was strong enough to shatter the soul of a mere celestial emperor. I've been waiting for you for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian's soul remained calm even when faced with Excellency Mi highest powerful soul attack. He replied indifferently, yes. Stop trying to be mysterious. In the next moment, your soul will be shattered by my soul. Yahiko sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Yahiko's soul was not far away from Duan Lingtian's soul. Is that so? As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, a 5-colored light suddenly shone around Duan Lingtian's soul. There was a golden light, a green light, a blue light, a red light, and a yellow light. It was dazzling and magnificent. Not only was the 5-colored light beautiful, but it also seemed to have transformed into a bloody mouth when it appeared around Duan Lingtian's soul. Then, it swallowed Yahiko's soul that was charging toward him. No. Yahiko's soul let out a mournful shriek almost as soon as the bloody mouth swallowed it. The shriek was so loud that it reverberated at a terrifying frequency. Even Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing, who were outside, heard it loud and clear. Instantly, the two of them turned pale. Tathagata, who was sitting cross-legged, also heard the scream. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Heavens! Is this for real? Master Yahiko let out a shrill cry when he was trying to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, he did not move after that. Tathagata instinctively extended his divine sense and fell on Duan Lingtian's body. He only felt the power of the 5 elements fused together, and it was not difficult to identify what kind of power it was. It's the power of the 5 divine elements fused together. Duan Lingtian destroyed Yahiko's soul with the help of the 5 divine elements. Tathagata sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know how terrifying Yahiko's soul was, but Tathagata knew very well. After all, he had been suppressed by Yahiko for many years. And now, Yahiko was destroyed. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tathagata was so frightened that he fell into a daze. Little brother Yang, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit tribe, could not help but cry out in grief. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his soul grew restless. You destroyed my little brother Yang's soul. I want you dead. I want you dead. In the next moment, Yahiko turned into a blood-red light and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian, I'll go to the dead spirit tribe to find you sooner or later. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished his words and moved, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His tone was cold and indifferent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his words, 5 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared around his feet. The power of the 5 divine elements swept out and intertwined together to form a colorful cage, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Before Master Mi Yang could touch Duan Lingtian, the 5-colored cage began to tremble violently. Then, a spatial tear appeared in the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying devouring force as it swallowed the 5-colored cage in one gulp. Although Mi Xian had arrived before the space crack closed, he did not dare to follow in. Behind the space crack was space turbulence. Even if he was a divine king, it would be dangerous for him to enter recklessly. Moreover, even if he took the risk to follow Duan Lingtian, the chances of him catching up to Duan Lingtian was very slim. This was because the spatial turbulence was constantly flowing behind the spatial tear. Anyone or anything that entered the spatial tear would be transported to an unknown place by the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Wu Hongqing and Tathagata only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian left and the space crack closed. Naturally, their eyes shone with disbelief. Benefactor Duan. He managed to escape. Tathagata felt as though he was dreaming. When he thought about what had happened, he realized Duan Lingtian must have left the realm where the title temple's main hall was located to come to Yanghuang realm, which was also Tathagata's hometown, to set up a trap. The 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's trump card. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. All 5 of the divine elements are actually coexisting peacefully with one another and serving him? Tathagata could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Wu Hongqing and Yahiko, the pavilion master of the title temple and the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, was due to the joint attack of the 5 divine elements. That method was more like a kind of spirit formation. It was so interconnected that it was impossible to guard against it. He managed to escape. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If Tathagata could figure it out, how could he not? For this reason, he was filled with regret. Why had he been deceived by Duan Lingtian? Why had he brought Duan Lingtian to this mundane realm? If they were in the title temple's main temple, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape even if he could kill Yahiko. Chapter 35-45. Back to the time when Duan Lingtian had tricked Wu Hongqing and the others into coming to the Yanghuang realm. When Feng Qingyang's clone had self-destructed, Duan Lingtian had successfully evaded Wu Hongqing and the others. He wanted to leave the title temple's main hall, but he was stopped halfway. At that time, he could only take the risk of contacting the 5 divine elements in his little world. Due to this, the world-cleansing divine water had left his little world. Little Tian, this realm is the headquarters of the title temple. There are countless formations and restrictions here. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to help you escape unless we can leave this realm. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian, it's best if you leave this realm and head to the mundane realm. The spatial barrier in the mundane realm is the weakest. If you're in the mundane realm, we'll definitely be able to help you escape. Of course, that's only if you're in the mundane realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had come up with a plan to use the 5 divine elements as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others to the Yanghuang realm or his second home, the Saint Province realm. When he told the world-cleansing divine water about his plan, the world-cleansing divine water agreed with him. Although it's risky, it's the best plan for now. In truth, this plan was not easy to implement. After all, as long as Lord Yahiko possessed his body, he would be able to take everything from him, including his memories. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple. Even if Lord Yahiko obtained all of his memories, he might not tell Wu Hongqing the truth. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to ask Wu Hongqing and Lord Yahiko to personally send him back to the mundane realm. It just so happened that the world-cleansing divine water had left the little world in his body. Therefore, he used the world-cleansing divine water as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others away from the realm where the title temple's main hall was located. After that, they arrived at the Yang Huang realm. Duan Lingtian had deliberately chosen an uninhabited planet because he was worried that Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian would destroy the planet in a fit of rage. If there was life on that planet, wouldn't it be dragged down by him? I will cooperate with them and set up the 5 elements soul-devouring array next to your soul. As long as Yahiko the Lord dares to forcibly take over your body, he won't be able to return. Killing Yahiko was one of the plans of the world-cleansing divine water. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other 4 divine elements had to lend a hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the barren planet, he opened the gate to the small world in his body and released the other 4-5 divine elements. Since it was a matter of life and death for Duan Lingtian, the 5 divine elements did not dare to be careless. Although they can continue to follow Duan Lingtian's body after Master Yahiko took over Duan Lingtian's body, they can still follow Duan Lingtian's body. However, who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, since they had sentience, it was only natural that they had feelings for Duan Lingtian. They would not allow Duan Lingtian's soul to be destroyed. For this reason, they worked very hard to carry out the plan. Even the Chaos Divine Earth, which had always been frivolous and childish, had become serious at this moment. After we kill Master Yahiko, they will be stunned for a short time. During that time, we will arrange the 5 elements escape divine formation and send you into the turbulent space behind the space barrier. You will drift in there and go to other mundane planes. This was the second plan of the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, both plans worked. Duan Lingtian managed to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. After the spatial tear closed, the barren planet returned to its peaceful state. Mi Xian roared. Powerful soul energy surged out of his body and gathered the heaven and earth spirit qi around the barren planet. The heaven and earth spirit qi compressed the planet and reduced it to dust in just a blink of an eye. Although the Dead Spirit clansmen could only use soul energy to attack, their powerful soul energy allowed them to communicate with the heaven and earth spirit qi and use material attacks. For this reason, Mi Xian destroyed a planet many times larger than Earth with just a thought. This mundane realm is Duan Lingtian's hometown, right? Mi Xian was still furious. If that's the case, I'll destroy this mundane realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's body trembled. At this moment, Tathagata's expression changed. He hastily stopped Mi Xian. God King Mi Xian, I advise you not to do this. Achem. Mi Xian looked at Tathagata with burning eyes. You want to stop me? Do you have the ability to stop me? Although I'm not interested in possessing you, it's easy for me to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Mi Xian's voice. God King Mi Xian, I don't want to stop you. I just want to advise you. This mundane realm is called Yang Huang realm. Many of the people who ascended to the Devata realms, including those whom I have to address as seniors, have gone to the realms of gods. Many of them are divine emperors or stronger. They value their hometown very much. If you attack Yang Huang realm, they'll definitely sense it. Even if they can't come to the realms of gods for now, they won't let this matter rest until the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Tathagata said. Tathagata was one of the people who left Yang Huang realm and made a name for themselves in the Devata realms. Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, the three-eyed celestial emperor, Yang Jian, and many others. Duan Lingtian was one of the people who left Yang Huang realm. Apart from that, there were also many people who left Yang Huang realm and went to the realms of gods. Great Emperor Pangu, Great Emperor Nua, and the 3 pure ones were among those who left Yang Huang realm. God King Mi Xian, what Temple Master Tathagata said is true. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, finally calmed down a little. We can't touch the Yang Huang realm, Wu Hongqing said. At least half of the experts who left Yang Huang realm and went to the realms of gods are godly emperors, and some of them are even stronger than that. If you make a move on Yang Huang realm, those godly emperors will be enraged. Even if the dead spirit clan hides in the netherworld, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Even you, God King Mi Xian, won't be able to escape death. Among the god-level masters who came out of Yang Huang realm, there are no less than 2. Both of them are skilled in the art of divination. They can even predict the whereabouts of ordinary gods and god kings very accurately. Naturally, the title temple had a deep understanding of some special mundane realms. For example, the Yang Huang realm was one of the most unique mundane realms in the records left behind by the title temple. Many powerhouses were born there, and many of them were famous in the Devata realms and realms of gods. Tathagata, the temple master of the title temple's Shenyuan heaven branch, was one of them. Humph. If Tathagata's words were of no use to Mi Xian, then he had no choice but to take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the title temple, a supreme force with a long history in the Devata realms. I'll track down Feng Qingyang's soul and kill Feng Qingyang to avenge my brother. Mi Xian's figure gradually disappeared. As for Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll turn him into ashes to appease my brother's soul. A hint of greed flashed in Wu Hongqing's eyes as soon as Mi Xian disappeared. He suddenly remembered the 5 divine elements that Duan Lingtian possessed. Temple Master Tathagata. At the same time, Mi Xian looked at Tathagata and said in a deep voice, "Please don't tell anyone that Duan Lingtian possesses 5 divine elements. If I find out that you're lying, you should know what I'm capable of." "Don't worry, Temple Master. I know what to do." How could Tathagata not know what Wu Hongqing was thinking? He must have wanted to monopolize the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's possession. In fact, he was also shocked by the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the 5 divine elements. He did not expect the young fellow who came from the same mundane realm as him would be able to obtain the 5 divine elements in just a short span of 700 years. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were clearly not ordinary divine elements. Instead, they were all high-level divine elements. Even Tathagata was tempted. Naturally, he knew he was not interested in the 5 divine elements. Based on the current situation, even if he obtained them, it would not be a good thing for him. "All right." Wu Hongqing nodded. "If I can successfully take all 5 divine elements from him in the future, I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth. At that time, you can come to the main temple and be a deputy temple master." "Thank you, Temple Master." Tathagata repeatedly thanked Wu Hongqing. However, he knew Wu Hongqing's wish would not come true so easily. He was a Buddhist, and he believed in fate. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to come this far and escape under such circumstances proved that he was a person with great luck and fortuitous encounters. Even if the title temple tried to obstruct him, it would not be able to stop him from rising. In fact, Tathagata was already thinking to himself. Since he had regained control of his body, he would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian in the future. Moreover, Duan Lingtian would not blame him for Master Yahiko's actions. "Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Tathagata bid farewell to Wu Hongqing and left. While Tathagata and Wu Hongqing left the Yang Huang realm one after another, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the 5 divine elements, arrived at a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Chapter 3546. I'm safe now. Duan Lingtian was carried by the 5 divine elements through the turbulent space. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. Throughout the entire process, he was filled with trepidation. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he finally tore through space and appeared in a mundane realm. As for the 5 divine elements, they had destroyed his little world when they sent him to the mundane realm. Even though our current form has evolved to an extremely high level, we still expended a lot of energy in this attack. First, we destroyed the soul of an intermediate deity. Then, we helped you enter the space turbulence and even helped you enter another dimension. We need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You should be more careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again. We won't be able to do anything even if something similar happens to you while we're asleep. A hint of seriousness could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. I understand. Duan Ling Tian replied. At the same time, his expression turned completely solemn. Naturally, he knew it was all thanks to the 5 divine elements that he was able to escape. If it were not for the 5 divine elements, even if he managed to escape from the realm where the Title Temple's main hall was located, he would not have been able to escape death in the mundane realm. Perhaps, his body would still be alive, but it would no longer be under his control. It would be under someone else's control. Master's main body should be fine, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The first thing he did was to leave the mundane realm and return to the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could contact his master. His master had told him that his main body would leave the Azura hell and return to the solitary destructive heaven after he became a celestial king. Now that his master's main body had made a breakthrough, could it be that his master's main body had returned to the solitary destructive heaven? Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian reappeared in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not receive any response. Then, he sent a message to Huolaro. Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Huolaro's spirits were lifted. Young Mansion Master, I'm glad you're fine. Lord Mansion Master has asked me and Meng Luo to bring your family and friends out of the Heavenly Palace. They're currently north of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw his parents, Huan Er's parents, his wife Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Xiling, and his son, Duan Niantian. After escaping, the first thing he did was to return to the solitary destructive heaven. Other than worrying about his master's safety, he was also worried about the safety of his family. Now that he saw that his family was fine, the huge stone hanging in his heart gradually fell down. Where's Master? Why can't I contact him? Duan Lingtian asked. In the Heavenly Emperor. The heavens in the heavens? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Was the heavens not one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms where the dead spirit clan was from? His master had gone to the heavens in the heavens. What for? Even if his master was a celestial king, it was unrealistic for him to seek revenge on the dead spirit clan, right? Rumor had it that the dead spirit clan was a powerful clan that had high-grade celestial kings. The heavens in the heavens were one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This was not Feng Qingyang's first time in the heavens. Previously, he had come to the heavens to explore the heavens and search for treasures. Now, he was only here to deliver information. The dead spirit clan. After a while, Feng Qingyang learned about the whereabouts of the dead spirit clan. However, he did not show himself. Instead, he asked someone else to show himself. At the same time, he asked someone to pass a floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the dead spirit clan. The dead spirit clan had been extremely peaceful. However, with the arrival of the person entrusted by Feng Qingyang and the floating image mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl that Feng Qingyang passed to them, the entire dead spirit clan was shocked. Yahiko has possessed a human body. After seeing the floating image pearl, the grand elders of the dead spirit race immediately gathered all of the dead spirit race clansmen and publicly announced this news. Not only did the current patriarch of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, know about this, he even helped him possess a human's body. Now, I declare that Mi Xian is no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race. At the same time, Mi Xian is expelled from the dead spirit race and will never be accepted again. Floating image pearls could be faked. However, the grand elders of the dead soul race were all high god kings. If it was a fake floating image pearl, they would be able to see through it immediately. Because the floating image pearls were real, they were furious. They felt that Mi Xian and Yahiko had crossed the bottom line of the dead spirit race and disregarded the safety of the dead spirit race. At the same time, 2 of us will head to the Devata realms to kill Yahiko. If Mi Xian is dragged down by Yahiko and possesses a human's body, we won't just target Yahiko, we'll target him as well. The grand elders of the dead spirit clan were determined. While the members of the dead spirit race were shocked by the news brought by the grand elders, their will was the same as the grand elders because they had been brainwashed since they were young. Any member of the dead spirit race who possessed a corporeal body should die. Little Tian is still alive. Feng Qingyang was about to leave the undead world when he took out the soul pearl of his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. He sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact. Although Duan Lingtian had self-destructed his clone from the law of earth to pave the way for his true disciple, Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to escape. In fact, Duan Lingtian had even thought of avenging his disciple, Duan Lingtian. After leaving the undead world and returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang instinctively sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply. "Master, I'm with Hualao." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Feng Qingyang learned of Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. "Master, the God King of the Dead Spirit Clan, Mi Xian, is probably tracking you by now. I think it's safer for you to return to the Azura Hell," Duan Lingtian suggested. Although he was confident in his master, the God King of the Dead Spirit Clan, Mi Xian, was at least a middle God King. Moreover, he was a special life form that specialized in soul attacks. It was only natural that his master would find it difficult to deal with him since he had just broken through to the God King realm. "I can return to the Azura Hell with peace of mind now that I've confirmed that you're fine," Feng Qingyang transmitted. Clearly, Duan Lingtian was the main reason he had not returned to the Azura Hell yet. "Don't worry, Master. I'm fine," Duan Lingtian replied. "How did you manage to escape?" Feng Qingyang asked. Since the Title Temple's main hall was created by the supreme expert who created the Title Temple, it should have been very difficult for you to escape from that realm. Initially, he had chosen to detonate his Earth Elemental clone because he wanted to take a gamble and see if he could carve a way out for his disciple. In truth, he did not hold much hope that it would work. However, under those circumstances, he had no other choice. He was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to escape from the Azura Hell. "Master, it was the 5 divine elements in my body that worked together to help me break through the space of that plane and escape," Duan Lingtian replied. 5 divine elements. Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in concern, "You didn't expose your 5 divine elements, right?" "No," Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. In his opinion, this was a white lie. Although his master's strength was not bad and he had already broken through to the immortal king realm, not only was his divine soul injured, but he also needed some time to recover. Even his Earthlaw avatar also needed time to reform. Apart from that, his master was also threatened by Mi Xian, the God King of the Dead Spirit Clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want his master to worry about him. For this reason, he did not mention that his 5 divine elements had been exposed. "That's good." Feng Qingyang sighed in relief when he heard this. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "I'll head to the Azura Hell now. If you have any problems, you can look for me in the realm where the Azura Hell is. Once you're there, just send me a message, and I'll receive it." "All right." After Duan Lingtian replied, Feng Qingyang returned to the Azura Hell as soon as possible. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang disappeared into the Azura Hell, a crimson light flashed outside the Azura Hell, and an illusory human figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit Clan, an intermediate God King, Mi Xian. "Damn it. I was just one step away." Mi Xian's tone was very low, his voice slightly trembling from extreme anger. "It's a pity that I'm only a God King, so I can only track him through the souls I've personally come into contact with. If I become a God Emperor, I'll be able to track him through the soul imprints left on the soul orbs of those below the God Emperor realm." In truth, the person Mi Xian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang, but Duan Lingtian, who had single-handedly killed his younger brother, Yahiko. It was not difficult for him to obtain the soul pearl that contained Duan Lingtian's soul imprint. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation base, he did not have the ability to find the other party through the soul imprint left on the soul pearl. It was said that only a handful of celestial lords in the Dead Spirit Clan were able to do that. Using the soul imprint on the soul orb, he could track the owner of the soul imprint. Chapter 3547. Most of the members of the Dead Spirit clan had reached the peak of the High God King stage. However, in the long history of the Dead Spirit clan, there were some who had obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to break through to the Divine Emperor stage. To be more precise, their souls had entered the Divine Emperor stage. At this time, they discovered that the Dead Spirit clan had a special ability. They could use the soul mark left on the soul pearl by those below the Divine Emperor realm to track them down. For this reason, there were many powerful forces in the realms of gods who were willing to hunt down members of the Spectre clan who were at the God Emperor realm and above. This was because such existences could provide them with accurate tracking services and could be of great use at critical moments. For this reason, once a member of the Dead Spirit clan became a Divine Emperor, they would either hide their cultivation base or leave the Dead Spirit clan. After all, every once in a while, a powerful force in the realms of gods would send experts to the netherworld to see if there were any members of the Dead Spirit clan who had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. If they found any, they would kidnap them. The Dead Spirit clan was only a small clan in the netherworld. Naturally, they were powerless against the experts from the powerful forces in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. In the end, Mi Xian left the Azura Hell and returned to the Devata realm before he returned to the netherworld where the Dead Spirit clan was. Feng Qingyang's cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. I can't let my guard down. If I'm not a high god king by the time he becomes a medium god king, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him down. Mi Xian's heart sank when he thought about this. Initially, he thought that returning to the clan and feeling the atmosphere of the clan would make him feel better. However, to his surprise, as soon as he returned to the Dead Spirit clan, two powerful figures appeared and intercepted him. Mi Xian was stunned. Elder Mi Chen, Elder Miu, what's the meaning of this? Right now, the ones blocking Mi Xian were two of the Death Spirit race's Grand Elders. They were both High God Kings, and any one of them was stronger than Mi Xian. If they wanted to kill Mi Xian, even 100 Mi Xians would not be able to escape death. Mi Xian, you have been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. Mi Chen said indifferently. Expelled from the Dead Spirit clan? Hearing this, Mi Xian was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. The first person he thought of was Feng Qingyang. It was most likely that Feng Qingyang knew about the taboo of the Dead Spirit race and had come to inform them about the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit race, about his younger brother Yahiko possessing a human body, and that he was an accomplice. Elder Mi Chen, why? Mi Xian forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, his expression changing drastically. Mishwan, don't you know what you and Yahiko have done? Mi Chen's gaze turned cold, and his tone turned gloomy. Hearing Mi Chen's words, Mi Xian knew that his worries had come true. As expected, Feng Qingyang had told the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race about what he and Yahiko had done. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the Grand Elders to expel him from the Dead Spirit race. Elder Mi Chen, Elder Miu. Mi Xian's body shook violently as waves of restless energy swept out. What happened? Even if you want to expel me from the Dead Spirit race, shouldn't you at least give me an explanation? As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Miu, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, it's already come to this. There's no need for you to play the fool. Yahiko's possession of a human's body may have only been a partial possession, but it was a violation of the rules of the Dead Spirit race and should be executed. But you, after learning of this, not only did you not put righteousness before family, you allowed him to possess another human's body and even helped him do so. Miu's voice turned cold. For doing such a thing, not only do you no longer deserve to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, you don't even deserve to stay in the Dead Spirit race. Who is slandering me? Slandering my little brother Yang? Mi Xian asked in a low voice. His emotions were so agitated that those who did not know might think that he had been wrongly accused. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof? Although Mi Xian felt that there was evidence that the Dead Spirit race had removed him from his position as clan leader and expelled him from the Dead Spirit race before he had returned, he still couldn't help but ask. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with a clear conscience. You want proof? Miu sneered. Then, with a thought, a floating image pearl appeared out of thin air and reflected a series of images. The images were of what had happened in the main hall of the title temple, when Yahiko had tried to possess Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian had helped Yahiko deal with Feng Qingyang and helped Yahiko in the process. Not only were there images, but there was also sound. You're not going to say that this is a fake floating image pearl, are you? Miu's sneer deepened. If you really want to say that, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're just taking us for fools. Was Mi Xian going to say that the floating image pearl in front of him was a fake? Of course not. If this floating image pearl was a fake, not only would he be able to tell, but the grand elders of the dead spirit race would be able to as well. Elders. Mi Xian's tone softened. Now that my little brother Yang is dead, this matter should come to an end, right? In the dead spirit race, there shouldn't be anyone more suitable to be patriarch than me, right? Give me a chance. I will lead the dead spirit race to new glory. Not only did Mi Xian not want to leave the dead spirit race, but he also wanted to return to the dead spirit race and become patriarch. Mi Xian, do you think this is child's play? Miu sneered. You've been expelled from the dead spirit race. From now on, the dead spirit race no longer welcomes you. If you dare to enter again, we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Also, if you possess a physical body outside, the dead spirit race will still hunt you down according to the rules of the race. You should conduct yourself with dignity. As soon as Miu's voice fell, he stepped aside. Please. When Mi Xian left, he had almost lost his soul. He had never imagined that his departure would be permanent. The dead spirit race had abandoned him. /B was he wrong? He admitted that he was wrong. However, was there a need to punish him so severely? He had never thought that possessing a human body was the right thing to do. He had only helped Yahiko to possess a human body because of their brotherhood. Moreover, he had told Yahiko that it was the last time he would help him because of their brotherhood. He had never forgotten that he was a member of the dead spirit race and the patriarch of the dead spirit race. However, what did he get in the end? The dead spirit race had removed him from the position of patriarch and expelled him from the dead spirit race. Good, good, good. Since you think I'm wrong, since the dead spirit race thinks I'm wrong, I, Mi Xian, will make the best of it. I, Mi Xian, will possess a human body and return to the dead spirit race. I will devour all of you and break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, even if Feng Qingyang manages to break out of the Azura hell, he'll still be a piece of cake to me. Not long after leaving the dead spirit race, Mi Xian's aura was no longer as weak as before. He was full of vitality. Now, I need a human body. Although Duan Lingtian's body isn't bad, it's extremely strange. Brother Yang was actually killed by him during the possession process. Moreover, since he killed Brother Yang, I don't have to consider his body when I want to tear him into pieces. Mi Xian muttered to himself after he left the dead spirit world and returned to the Devata realm. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear Mi Xian's muttering. Otherwise, he would have found it funny. Did Mi Xian think he could possess him just because he wanted to? He was delusional. I'll look for Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple. As the palace master of the title temple with the longest legacy, he must have a good candidate for me to possess. In the end, Mi Xian went to the title temple's branch in the Devata realm he was in. As soon as Zhong Xian arrived at the title temple's sub-hall, the hall masters of the sub-halls did not dare to take him lightly. They immediately contacted the main hall. Soon after, Mi Xian met with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple. King Mi Xian, is there something you need from me? Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Wu Hongqing. If he could, he would possess Wu Hongqing. Once he possessed Wu Hongqing, the entire title temple would become his backyard. However, he knew it was only a dream. If he wanted to possess someone completely, the difference in strength between him and the other party must be too great. For example, his younger brother, Yahiko, as a lesser-rank deity, had failed to possess Tathagata, who had yet to become a deity. All he could do was take control of the body. If he had been an intermediate-rank deity at that time, he would have succeeded. Due to the difference in strength between a lesser deity and a 10 directions celestial emperor, he had failed. However, the difference in strength between him and Wu Hongqing was even greater now. Even if he was a higher god king, he was not confident he could possess Wu Hongqing completely. As for now, not to mention completely possessing Wu Hongqing, even half possessing Wu Hongqing and seizing control of Wu Hongqing's body would be very difficult. For this reason, he could only give up on the idea of possessing Wu Hongqing. I want to possess an outstanding human. The title temple has a long history in the Devata realms and has an extensive information network. You should be able to provide me with information about this, right? Mi Xian did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose. Wu Hongqing was, naturally, taken aback by Mi Xian's words. King Mi Xian, based on your behavior, it seems like you have no intention of possessing a human's body, right? Why do you seem interested in possessing a human's body now? In Wu Hongqing's opinion, if Mi Xian had intended to possess a human's body, Duan Lingtian's body would have been the best choice. Mi Xian, on the other hand, was not interested in Duan Lingtian at all. It was possible to say that Mi Xian was doing this out of consideration for the brotherhood between him and Yahiko, but he didn't believe it. This was because he felt that in front of absolute benefits, the brotherhood between the dead spirit clansmen was nothing. Chapter 35-48. Temple Master Wu. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and asked indifferently, as the temple master of the title temple with the longest legacy in the Devata realms, you must be very knowledgeable. You should know the dead spirit clan's attitude toward clansmen who possess corporeal bodies, right? Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Apart from that, he also knew the dead spirit clansmen who were at the divine emperor stage or above were highly valued by powerful forces in the realms of gods. Moreover, if a dead spirit clansman who was at the divine emperor stage or above appeared in an auction in the realms of gods, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, he knew a lot about the dead spirit clan. I'm the patriarch of the dead spirit clan. Mi Xian continued to say when he saw Wu Hongqing nodding. To be more precise, I was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan before I helped Brother Yang possess the body of a human boy called Duan Lingtian. When Mi Xian said this, Wu Hongqing jumped in fright. This was something he hadn't known about. Previously, when he learned that Tathagata, the Shenyuan heaven branch of the title temple, had been possessed by a member of the dead spirit race, he was already very surprised because he knew the taboo of the dead spirit race. Any member of the dead spirit race who dared to possess a physical body would be hunted down by the dead spirit race. When Mi Xian had appeared to help Yahiko, he had assumed they were on the same side. However, after witnessing Mi Xian's strength and seeing how Mi Xian did not seem interested in Duan Lingtian's body and allowed Yahiko to possess it, Wu Hongqing instinctively felt Mi Xian had followed the dead spirit clan's rules to a certain extent. He had only helped Yahiko out of consideration for their brotherhood. However, when Mi Xian said he was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, he was shocked. Mi Xian is the patriarch of the dead spirit clan? Not only did the patriarch of the dead spirit clan not follow the rules of the dead spirit clan by killing a dead spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body, but he even helped a dead spirit clansman possess a human body. This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Mi Xian. Now, Wu Hongqing finally understood why Mi Xian wasn't interested in Duan Lingtian's body at all. It turned out that Mi Xian was the patriarch of the Spectre race. As the patriarch of the Spectre race, helping someone take over a human's body was already very ridiculous. If he took over a human's body, would he still want to continue being the patriarch of the Spectre race? You mean, you are no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race? Wu Hongqing asked. If I were still the chief of the dead spirit race, do you think I would come to you and ask you to help me search for human bodies to possess? Mi Xian asked, looking deeply at Wu Hongqing. Because of Yahiko? Wu Hongqing asked. Because of Feng Qingyang. Mi Xian said in a low voice. He entered the netherworld and informed my clan about Yahiko's possession of a human's body. He told my clan members about me and Yahiko's possession of a human's body. I have been removed from my position as the patriarch by several grand elders of my clan and expelled from the dead spirit race. Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing was stunned. Even if he knew about the dead spirit race's rules and went to the netherworld to inform the dead spirit race, without evidence, even if your clan members suspected you, they couldn't have removed you from your position and expelled you, right? What if there is evidence? Mi Shen asked. Evidence? What evidence? Although he saw you attack with his own eyes, what he saw was only a law avatar. Moreover, it self-destructed on the spot. He couldn't have taken anything with him. Wu Hongqing asked, puzzled. He has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor from a realm of gods. Although the child pearl is destroyed, everything recorded in it has been transmitted to the mother pearl. You should know that the mother-child floating image pearls are made of special materials that can transmit information across realms. Mi Shen said in a low voice. What? Wu Hongqing was shocked. Feng Qingyang has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor or higher. The mother-child floating image pearls were items from the realms of gods. Only a divine emperor or higher could inscribe them. Moreover, the mother-child floating image pearls in the realms of gods were different from the floating image pearls in the Devata realms and the ordinary floating image pearls in the realms of gods. The latter two could only record images and not sound. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone had the mother-child floating image pearls. However, Feng Qingyang, who had not been to the realms of gods, had the mother-child floating image pearls in his possession. He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell. Mi Shen's voice grew darker. I'm afraid even the title temple doesn't have many mother-child floating image pearls, right? After all, this thing can only be used once. It can't be used repeatedly. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Although the title temple had many floating image pearls that had been passed down for generations, most of them had already been used. There were only 4 pairs that were still unused. Since Feng Qingyang became a god in the Azura Hell, it means he had a fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange for him to obtain the mother-child floating image pearls. Moreover, I tracked his soul and chased him all the way to the entrance of the Azura Hell. He entered the Azura Hell again. It seems like he's treating the Azura Hell as his backyard. Mi Shen's voice was filled with exasperation when he spoke. His hiding in the Azura Hell again? Wu Hongqing was speechless. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would enter the Azura Hell again. It's obvious Feng Qingyang must have encountered a fortuitous encounter to become a lesser god king in such a short time. That fortuitous encounter must be in the Azura Hell. With his past progress, if he continues in the future, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses you, Divine King Mi Shen. As Wu Hongqing spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. I know, Mi Shen replied calmly. As long as I have an excellent human body, it'll be difficult for him to catch up to me. God King Mi Shen, you want to. Wu Hongqing's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He had already guessed what Mi Shen wanted to do. Temple Master. Just as Wu Hongqing was guessing what Mi Shen wanted to do, a respectful voice came from outside. Tang Sanpao requests an audience. Normally, Mi Shen would have smiled when he heard the voice of his successor, Tang Sanpao. However, he could not smile now. Not only that, he replied calmly, I'm not free at the moment. Come find me tomorrow. Wu Hongqing deliberately suppressed his emotions when he said this, but because things had happened so suddenly, Mi Shen still caught a slight change in his emotions, causing Mi Shen's eyes to brighten. In the next moment, Mi Shen's powerful divine consciousness swept out. Please have mercy, God King Mi Shen. That's my successor. If you want a human body, I can find you another one that's not inferior to his. When Mi Shen's divine consciousness swept out, Wu Hongqing knew that Mi Shen would definitely take a fancy to Tang Sanpao's body. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. There's no need. I'm very satisfied with this body. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Mi Shen's reply. Mi Shen, don't go too far. Do you intend to make an enemy of the title temple? Temple Master Wu, You can just find another successor. Why are you so angry? Mi Xian said indifferently. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Tang Sanpao, who had been outside, also vanished without a trace. In a remote mountain range in the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Lingtian returned to his little world, he sent all of his family and friends back to his little world. He even sent Huan Er's parents to his little world. This was also the first time he had allowed his parents, Lian Qiu and Du Xian, into his little world. Naturally, both of them were shocked when they entered. What a unique heaven and earth spiritual energy. Are those the 5 divine elements? Both of them could sense that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Duan Lingtian's little world was extraordinary. At the same time, they saw the 5-colored light that twined around the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements. The radiance of the 5 divine elements was much dimmer than before. After sending his family and friends into his little world, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. However, his heart was still heavy. Now that Master has been forced into Azura Hell again, my 5 divine elements have been exposed as well. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, will definitely go crazy and try to steal my 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Space Sword Dao and the Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth are no longer as important to him and the Title Temple. The most important thing is the 5 divine elements in my little world. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements will have a much easier time comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth once they become gods. Those who possess high-level 5 divine elements will have a 100% chance of successfully comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of danger when he learned that the 5 divine elements had been exposed. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had suffered injuries to his soul due to the battle with the intermediate god king from the Dead Spirit clan. He had even lost one of his law clones. It would take a long time for his master to fully recover. In other words, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself for a long time. The Title Temple's intelligence network is spread all over the Devata realms. In the future, I'm afraid the Title Temple won't be able to find me if I stay in one place for too long. If I want to improve my strength, I won't just focus on cultivating. I'll have to go out from time to time. Although I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'm still a long way from becoming a god. At the very least, I haven't reached the threshold of godhood yet. It seems like I'll have to go to the 9 Serenities battlefield for the time being. Chapter 3549. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were independent realms formed by the collision of realms of the gods every 10,000 years. Unlike the realm of gods, the realm of gods was a playground for the strongest. The gods of the realms of gods could kill, rob, and plunder for cultivation resources in the realm of gods. Of course, the realm of gods also contained fortuitous encounters left behind by the strongest of the realms of gods. On the other hand, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield did not have such benefits. Those who entered the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield could only kill and plunder each other's belongings. Basically, there were no fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield since it was a product of the collision between realms of the gods. Similar to the realm battlefield, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were formed by the collision of realms of the gods. Both of them were related to supreme powerhouses. However, to supreme powerhouses, the realm battlefield was like their own child that they would spend a lot of effort to nurture. As for the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were like illegitimate children that they did not acknowledge. However, due to the restrictions on one's cultivation base, the realm battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield became places where celestial lords and celestial emperors from the Devata realms could cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian had visited the Purgatory battlefield in the past. A group of celestial lords, most of whom were powerful titled celestial lords, had gathered in the Purgatory battlefield. Many celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements and did not dare to reveal their strength in the Purgatory battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements had greatly improved in the purgatory battlefield. The purgatory battlefield was a stage for celestial lords. The 9 serenities battlefield was a stage for celestial emperors. Celestial emperors who dared to enter the 9 serenities battlefield were confident in their strength. Most of them were titled celestial emperors or those who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor but did not obtain a title from the title temple. In the Devata realms, the title temple had a ranking system for the strength of the war gods. There were 1-star gods of war, 2-star gods of war, and 9-star gods of war. The minimum requirement to become a 1-star god of war was to become a titled celestial emperor. Although 9-star gods of war were titled celestial emperors who had not attained godhood, their strength was close to that of a god. In the Devata realms, the title temple has no lack of god-level powerhouses. If a god-level powerhouse comes, I won't be able to fight back at all. Although the title temple can send people to the 9 nether realm, they can only send 10 directions celestial emperors. Even if they're strong, there'll only be 9-star gods of war or demigods. It was celestial lords of the gods of God of gods gods of the gods of gods heaven god. In the Devata realms, unless I find a secluded place to hide, I'll still be in danger. Rather than hiding in a secluded place in a Devata realm, I might as well find a mundane realm to hide in. Duan Lingtian had a clear idea of his current situation. At the same time, he was also very clear about what he needed the most now. Now, what I need the most, besides a place where I can cultivate in peace, is more of a place where I can train. The 9 serenities battlefield is the most suitable place for me now. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huolaro and Meng Luo before he left. From the beginning until the end, Huolaro and Meng Luo watched as Duan Lingtian left. They did not stop him. Even if they did, they would not have been able to stop him. This was because Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed theirs. Huolaro, I'm sure you didn't expect that young man from the mundane realm would become so strong after so many years, right? Meng Luo asked Huolaro, who was standing next to him. Huolaro smiled wryly when he heard Meng Luo-Laro's words. That's right. I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. We have to work hard as well. Otherwise, we'll only grow further and further away from the young palace master and Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo sighed. The independent realm where the title temple's main hall was located was also known as the God Realm. This name was given by the founder of the title temple. Currently, in a vast palace in the Plain of Gods, there are 2 figures sitting opposite each other in the main hall. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the hall. They were on the left and right sides of the door. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. The person sitting on the left was none other than Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple. The person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man as Tang Sanpao, who was by his side during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Tang Sanpao had another identity. He was the young master of the title temple. Logically speaking, Tang Sanpao was Wu Hongqing's successor to the title temple. If the 2 of them were to sit together, even if Wu Hongqing was sitting, Tang Sanpao would have to stand. But now, Tang Sanpao was sitting in front of Wu Hongqing with a swagger. I want to enter the 9 serenities battlefield. Tang Sanpao crossed his legs as he looked at Wu Hongqing and said disrespectfully, I want to enter the 9 serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not displeased by Tang Sanpao's rudeness. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked, Can you enter the 9 serenities battlefield? Although your cultivation base is only that of a 10 directions celestial emperor, your soul is at the level of an intermediate celestial king. The 9 serenities battlefield doesn't allow anyone above the level of a god to enter. Not only does it restrict one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's soul. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, it was clear who Tang Sanpao was. Mi Xian. He was the former clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate celestial king. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had come to look for Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian happened to be there as well. When he discovered Tang Sanpao's body was in good condition, he ignored Wu Hongqing's objections and forcefully possessed Tang Sanpao, causing Tang Sanpao's soul to dissipate. Mi Xian accepted everything in Tang Sanpao's body. Mi Xian accepted everything, including Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the profundities. Wu Hongqing was naturally unhappy that Mi Xian had taken over Sanpao's body without any regard for his advice. However, there was nothing he could do now. Was he supposed to kill Mi Xian who had taken over Sanpao's body? Moreover, even if he wanted to kill Mi Xian, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could destroy Tang Sanpao's body. After Mi Xian obtained Tang Sanpao's memories, he realized the title temple would allow him to cultivate smoothly in the future. Therefore, he came to an agreement with Wu Hongqing. I'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. If I kill him, I only want the clear heaven divine wood of the 5 divine elements in his body. The other 4 divine elements will belong to the title temple. I only have one request. The title temple must help my body ascend to godhood in the shortest time possible. Although Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao's body, since Tang Sanpao was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, Mi Xian's cultivation base was only at the level of an intermediate celestial king. Although Mi Xian's soul was powerful and his soul attacks were powerful, his body's cultivation base could not keep up with his soul's level. For this reason, the title temple went to great lengths to obtain an exploding element celestial fruit in just a month. After Mi Xian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he successfully became a 10 directions celestial emperor 6 months later. Of course, I'm aware of the restrictions in the 9 serenities battlefield. Mi Xian didn't take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. That is why I plan to seal my soul and sneak into the 9 serenities battlefield. The Dead Spirit clan can easily come up with dozens or even hundreds of secret techniques like this. A hint of arrogance could be heard in Mi Xian's voice when he spoke. However, after a few moments, his eyes flashed as though he had recalled something. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless expression. That's a good idea. Wu Hongqing nodded. However, once your soul is sealed, you won't be able to remove the seal once you enter the 9 serenities battlefield. After all, the rules there forbid the souls of gods and above from entering the battlefield. If you forcefully remove the seal, no one knows the consequences. You'll either be sent out of the 9 serenities battlefield or reduced to ashes. Wu Hongqing's expression turned grave when he finished speaking. Do you think it's necessary for me to remove the seal? Mi Xian asked indifferently. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Wu Hongqing's expression froze. He finally remembered the person in front of him was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan and an intermediate god king. Although Tang Sanpao's current cultivation base was only a 10 directions celestial emperor, with the profundities that Mi Xian had comprehended, his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war. With the strength of a 9-star god of war in the 9 serenities battlefield, even if his soul no longer had an advantage, why would he be afraid of others? I still don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the 9 serenities battlefield? It's meaningless to you. Wu Hongqing asked. No, it's meaningful. Mi Xian shook his head. Although I've taken over this body, my soul isn't very compatible with it. I need to enter the 9 serenities battlefield and fight so my soul can adapt to this body. Only then will I be able to unleash the profundities my soul has comprehended. Right now, although the profundities of laws that my soul has comprehended are powerful, I can't use them perfectly in this body. Wu Hongqing finally understood Mi Xian's intention. In that case, you should make a trip there. When do you plan to leave? I'll send you there. Wu Hongqing asked. Let's do it now. Mi Xian replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 9 serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mi Xian, who had destroyed his master Feng Qingyang's law of earth clone, had also come to the 9 serenities battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian had entered the 9 serenities battlefield with a familiar face. Chapter 3550. At this moment, it had been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the 9 serenities battlefield. In the 9 serenities battlefield. During these 2 months, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although the Nine Serenities battlefield was similar to the Purgatory battlefield in many ways, there were many differences. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, many titled celestial emperors would join forces and hunt other titled celestial emperors for their wealth. For this reason, unless one was extremely strong, it would be extremely difficult for one to advance in the Nine Serenities battlefield without a strong backer. In fact, one might not even know when one would die. I'll choose the Heaven Dao Alliance then. During these 2 months in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian had encountered more than one assassination attempt. Although he easily dealt with it and even killed his opponents, it was still very troublesome. There were a few times when he wanted to cultivate, so he purposely found a secluded place to cultivate. Who knew he would be disrupted not long after he started cultivating? After discovering that he was cultivating, they would immediately attack him in an attempt to kill him and rob him of his wealth. However, since he was cultivating in the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was only natural that he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, as expected, those people who had launched a sneak attack on him were all killed by him without exception. However, after so many times, Duan Lingtian realized that it was unrealistic to cultivate in the wilderness of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The best way was to join a force. As long as he had his own cultivation room in the force's base, he would be able to cultivate in peace without being disturbed. Unless that force was attacked. Therefore, in the past half a month, he had specially inquired about a few of the stronger factions in the vicinity. Among them, there was a faction called the Heavenly Dao Alliance that was the strongest. The other factions in the vicinity had to join hands in order to deal with the annexation of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. There are 2 8-star gods of war in the Heaven Dao Alliance. Ordinary people and forces wouldn't dare to offend the Heaven Dao Alliance. After learning about the Heaven Dao Alliance's strength, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to join the Heaven Dao Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment is held once a year. The next recruitment will be held in 3 months' time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around the area. As long as he encountered someone who did not have eyes and came forward to provoke him, he would not hold back and kill them. Even if they were to kneel and beg for mercy, it was useless. In a world where the strong were respected, tears were not believed. That was it. Because he would be disturbed even if he cultivated, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around, tempering his combat skills through battle after battle, as well as further comprehending the profundities of the laws and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement was not big, there was still a certain amount of improvement. Moreover, during his slumber, Huang Xiaolong had further comprehended the law of space with the help of the Supreme Master's Godhead. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had also made a name for himself in the surrounding area. Purple Marquis. Recently, there have been more and more people dressed in purple nearby. I wonder how the people from the other factions are doing. In any case, our Hongtian sect has been avoiding people dressed in purple whenever we see them. We are deeply afraid that it is really Purple Marquis. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, there were some factions that had built cities nearby. In these cities, one could conduct all kinds of transactions and fight. It was no different from the outside of the city. Duan Lingtian had just entered a city called Hongtian City when he heard similar discussions. The person who spoke was the person from the Hongtian sect, the faction behind the city. Is that Purple Marquis really that scary? Someone asked. Of course he is. The person from Hongtian sect continued with a serious expression. That day, I personally witnessed from afar, the left guardian of Dharma of the Hechuan sect, Yi Xiong, personally made a move. However, he was instantly killed by Purple Marquis. That Yi Xiong is one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Oh my god. Instantly killing one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Even an ordinary 6-star god of war would not be so powerful, right? Isn't that so? Now, we can basically confirm that Purple Marquis is at least one of the best among the 6-star gods of war. He might even be a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war. Even in your Hongtian sect, Only your sect leader is a 7-star god of war, right? It is precisely because of this that our Hongqian sect has issued an order not to rashly attack people dressed in purple in order to avoid offending Purple Marquis. If Purple Marquis only killed those who offended him, it would be fine. However, I am afraid that after killing those who offended him, Purple Marquis would vent his anger on our Hongqian sect. Your sect leader is a 7-star god of war. He shouldn't be afraid of Purple Marquis, right? Even so, our sect leader can't always be by the side of every disciple of the Hongqian sect, right? As long as Purple Marquis is really a disciple of our Hongqian sect, I am afraid it won't be long before our Hongqian sect disband. Even I am looking forward to it now. I really want to see what Purple Marquis looks like. Even though I saw Purple Marquis kill the left guardian of Dharma of Huchuan sect, I was too far away to see his face clearly. However, his back view is similar to this person dressed in purple. The people of Hongqian sect spoke as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back view. Of course, even though they felt that the person in front of them was the famous Purple Marquis, they didn't think that it was a fake. However, even though they felt that the other party was a fake, they didn't dare to act rashly before they confirmed it. What if the other party wasn't a fake? It was said that those who had attacked Purple Marquis had all died in his hands without exception. Purple Marquis? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after wandering around for 3 months, I would actually make such a name for myself. I wonder, if I can join the Heavenly Tao Alliance with this name, will I have the privilege of joining without passing the test? 3 months passed, and the annual recruitment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was about to begin. 3 days later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Even though killing was everywhere in the 9 Serenities battlefield, many people would get along amicably when they met each other. Of course, the precondition for such a situation was that they didn't know each other's strength and weren't confident in themselves. For example, some experts would just attack anyone they saw. It was either you die or I die. In the past half a month, fewer and fewer people have taken the initiative to attack me. It seems like the name Purple Marquis still has a certain degree of deterrence. However, there are many fakes as well. As he walked through Hongqian City, Duan Lingtian noticed that out of the 10 people he saw, at least half of them were wearing purple. It was as though purple had become the fashion and trend in this area. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat dumbfounded. Am I considered to be leading the fashion trend in the 9 Serenities battlefield? 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Furthermore, a portion of them were wearing purple. Each of them had an unfathomable expression, as though they were some otherworldly experts. Around these purple-clothed people, there were many people looking at them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and mockery. Do these people think that by pretending to be Purple Marquis, they will be able to obtain preferential treatment in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? What a joke! A middle-aged man mocked. This is very obvious. A youth beside him also had a mocking expression. Another one has arrived. Following the arrival of Duan Lingtian, many people's gazes landed on him. When those who were wearing purple looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust. As for those who weren't wearing purple, their gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as though they couldn't be bothered to be associated with him. Brat, I advise you to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base, a blue-clothed youth slowly walked over from afar. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, I just received news that you people who are pretending to be Purple Marquis aren't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't recruit fake people. Hey! Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed youth who was inexplicably approaching him. With a calm expression, he said, What makes you think that I am a fake? If you are not a fake, then why are you participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? The blue-clothed youth's mocking smile became even more pronounced. A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to Purple Marquis. They invited Purple Marquis to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as Purple Marquis is willing to join, he will become one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to him? He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have definitely come a month ago. After all, he wanted to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance so that he could have a place to stay and cultivate without any worries. No one would disturb him, and no one would ambush him to interrupt his cultivation. Is this true? Is what he said true? Where did he get this information from? At the same time, the purple-clothed people who heard the blue-clothed youth's words frowned slightly. As they whispered among themselves, they were all wondering if what the blue-clothed youth said was true or false. If it was true, they still had time to change their robes. However, just as they were hesitating, 3 figures flew out from within the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. An old man who was escorted by 2 middle-aged men flew out. The old man was dressed in a long silver robe and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of white sword-like eyebrows stretched across his forehead. It's the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan. The moment the old man appeared, someone recognized him. Chapter 3551. I never expected that the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan, would personally come out to receive us. After hearing the identity of the person who had come, many people sighed and felt flattered. The Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan. It is said that he is a powerful 7-star god of war. He once killed a person who had just broken through to the 7-star god of war and an outstanding 6-star god of war by himself. At that time, the 2 of them joined forces to deal with Meng Shan. Someone looked at Meng Shan with a burning gaze as he spoke of Meng Shan's past glorious achievements. It was also that battle that made Meng Shan famous. At the same time, this group of people knew that Meng Shan was a powerful 7-star god of war. Under the numerous burning gazes, Meng Shan indifferently swept his gaze over the crowd. In the end, his gaze heavily swept over the group of people wearing purple clothes, and indifferently said, "Now, as long as you're wearing purple clothes, you can all leave. The Heavenly Law Alliance does not accept people who cheat. Do you really think that you are the Purple Marquis just by wearing purple clothes?" After saying this, Meng Shan sneered. After Meng Shan said this, the expressions of the group of people wearing purple clothes changed. At the same time, they regretted not listening to the blue-robed youth's reminder and changing their purple clothes in time. 7th protector. At the same time, a youth wearing purple clothes looked at Meng Shan and said with an unwilling expression, "I am wearing purple clothes without any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to participate in the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test because of my usual habits?" As the young man finished speaking, his tone gradually became heavier, and he seemed to be slightly overbearing. Following that young man's words, the group of purple-clothed people present immediately followed suit. 7th protector, I have no intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. I am normally wearing this purple robe. Please don't misunderstand. 7th protector, you wearing purple clothes doesn't mean that you are impersonating the Purple Marquis, right? 7th protector, I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to wear purple clothes? Your Heavenly Law Alliance can't be so unreasonable, right? 7th protector, I definitely do not have any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I have always worn purple clothes. After the young man spoke, the scene turned into a wet market. All the purple-clothed people were trying their best to defend themselves, hoping that Meng Shan, one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, would change his mind and allow them to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Union's recruitment test was only held once every year. If they were unable to join the Heavenly Tao Union this time, it was uncertain if they would be able to survive in the 9 Serenities battlefield for the next year. Although they could leave the 9 Serenities battlefield at any time, they were still able to do so. However, since they had already entered, they were naturally unwilling to leave so easily. If they kept thinking about leaving to save their lives, what was the point of entering? If they could join the Heavenly Tao Union, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. It would be much better than fighting alone in the Nine-Nether battlefield. Now, they were going to be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test just because they were wearing purple clothes. How could they be willing to accept this? Are my words not clear enough? Meng Shan, who was one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, did not change his expression in the face of the group of purple-clothed people. He glanced at them indifferently and said calmly, "I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, if you are still within my sight, I don't mind personally killing all of you." Now, 1 breath of time has passed. Almost at the same instant Meng Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the group of purple-clothed people, who were originally speaking confidently, changed greatly. Then, one by one, they turned around and fled into the distance, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. They did not even have the time to speak. They had 9 breaths of time to leave Meng Shan's sight. Time was of the essence, and none of them dared to play around with their lives. You actually did not flee? Did you take the 7 protectors' words for granted? The blue-clothed young man, who was beside Duan Lingtian, said with a mocking smile, "Did you think that the 7 protectors were joking? Lad, let me remind you that the 7 protectors' words are as firm as nails." While the blue-clothed young man was mocking Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people's gazes also fell upon Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was too conspicuous. Now, after the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, threatened them, the group of nearly 100 people, who were wearing purple-clothed, left in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds on the horizon. Under such circumstances, the only purple-clothed person left at the scene was naturally very conspicuous. There are only 4 breaths of time left. Do you all think that he will leave? He will definitely leave. He probably wants to use the time to disappear before Protector Meng Shan's eyes. However, what's the point of doing so? Maybe he wants Protector Meng Shan to see his courage, so that Protector Meng Shan will think highly of him and give him a chance to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's groom search. The surrounding crowd of people looked at Duan Lingtian and pointed at him as they discussed animatedly in whispers. However, under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian still did not move. 4 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. This person is dead for sure. Is this person not afraid of death? After the 10 breaths of time mentioned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, everyone present, including the 2 middle-aged men behind Meng Shan, looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. It was as if they felt that Duan Lingtian was dead for sure. As for Meng Shan, when the time was up, he looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body emitted a cold aura, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Good, good, very good. Meng Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said good a few times. His aura became stronger and stronger. It has been a long time since someone ignored my words. Since you want to die, I, Meng Shan, will fulfill your wish. Meng Shan's tone became colder and colder. The instant he finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sword whistling, a 3-foot-long blade formed from ice broke through the air. It brought with it a long and narrow sword aura as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. A sharp and cold aura spread through the air. The cold wind that blew towards them brought with it a tyrannical attack, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Protector Meng Shan is indeed one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors. Even a normal 6-star war god would find it hard to dodge or receive this attack. Unless this person has the strength of a 6-star war god or above, he will definitely die. 6-star war god? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why would a 6-star war god need to follow the rules and participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's annual Jiao Xin examination? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Any 6-star war god or above can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance and display their strength. As long as they pass the inner demon examination, they will be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The words that entered his ears caused Duan Lingtian to be startled. It was fine if he didn't know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance's invitation. He actually didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his information was outdated and uninformed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood motionless in the face of Meng Shan's sudden attack. It was as if he had given up on resisting. His strength is so weak, yet he still hasn't reacted. He is definitely going to die. Even if he is one of the best 6-star war gods, at such a close distance, it is impossible for him to block this attack. He is definitely going to die. Now, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Xiu. In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold sword beam had already reached Duan Lingtian's forehead. It was only a short distance away from his forehead. At this moment, when most people thought that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and placed a finger horizontally between his brows. A grayish energy coiled around the finger and forcefully blocked Meng Shan's attack. It was even to the extent that waves of pitilessly fierce energy twisted out from the finger and shattered Meng Shan's icy sword light step by step. In the blink of an eye, Meng Shan's attack was neutralized. Just when everyone was still in shock, Duan Lingtian flicked his finger and a sword ray shot out as well, heading straight for Meng Shan. Oh my god! He counterattacked. To be able to block Protector Meng Shan's attack with a single finger, he is at least a 7-star war god. Now, he is taking the initiative to attack. 7-star war god. Could it be that he is Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis, is it necessary for him to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with us? Isn't this too degrading? Moreover, didn't the Heavenly Tao Alliance invite him? As long as he is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he will be one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You must know that only 7-star war gods and above have the ability to become a protector of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. By sending out such an invitation, it means that the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes Purple Marquis as a 7-star war god. Just when everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and his counterattack towards Meng Shan, the spatial sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger and arrived in front of Meng Shan in the blink of an eye. You are Purple Marquis? As Meng Shan cried out in surprise, he calmly made his move, intending to block Duan Lingtian's sword beam. Whoosh! 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 Gusts of cold wind blew past. In the depths of Meng Shan, a wall completely made of ice appeared, blocking in front of Meng Shan. However, as the spatial sword beam flickered, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind the ice wall, heading straight for Meng Shan. Profound meaning of teleportation? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands wide and threw out an icicle. The icicle was about 10 meters long. When it pierced through the air, it caused the surrounding air to become cold, as if winter had arrived. Chapter 3552. Whoosh! Whoosh! The icicles, which were more than 10 meters long, fell down like the tip of a glacier. They emitted a bone-chilling aura that was mighty and intimidating. This was Meng Shan's all-out attack. However, even with this attack, it was instantly shattered by Duan Lingtian's spatial sword ray. This was because within the spatial sword ray, other than the profound of the law of space, it also contained a trace of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was Duan Lingtian's spatial sword Tao. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, a loud explosion sounded out of nowhere. After that, the crowd saw the icicle in Meng Shan's hand shatter into pieces, turning into ice powder that filled the sky. As for the sword beam, it continued forward, sweeping towards Meng Shan. My life is over. Meng Shan's eyes were filled with despair. He no longer had any means to block the spatial sword ray. At the same time, he regretted not taking out his celestial artifact. If he had used his celestial artifact, he would have been able to block the attack. Now, even if he wanted to use his celestial artifact, it was too late. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Shan was in despair, The spatial sword ray flickered and disappeared from between Meng Shan's eyebrows. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Meng Shan, who had survived, was stunned for a moment. Then, he bowed and cupped his hands towards Duan Lingtian. I am Meng Shan, one of the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Thank you, Purple Marquis, for showing mercy. Now, Meng Shan was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. He had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Purple Marquis was a young man who liked to wear purple clothes. He was an expert in the law of space. Everything matched up. The only thing that did not match was Purple Marquis's strength. In the past, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received information that Purple Marquis was only an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, today, when he fought with Purple Marquis, he realized that Purple Marquis was not an ordinary 7-star god of war. Instead, he was one of the best 7-star gods of war. He was a top 7-star god of war. He was far from being a match for him. Purple Marquis. Although the people present had suspected that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis earlier, when Meng Shan admitted that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis after he lost the battle with Duan Lingtian, they could not help but be shocked again. Oh my god! Is he really Purple Marquis? Only Purple Marquis would possess such strength. Even Protector Meng Shan is no match for him. The Heavenly Law Alliances, Purple Marquis. Isn't that then an unnecessary action? Maybe he wants to experience the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test. The world of the strong is not something we can understand. Along with the fact that Duan Lingtian was the Purple Marquis being confirmed by Meng Shan, the scene became bustling and shocked as expected, and the blue-robed young man that was mocking Duan Lingtian earlier had an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with fear. He cupped his hands and bowed. With a trembling voice, he said, Purple Marquis, I really did not know your identity. Please forgive me for offending you. Oh! Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Meng Shan's expression changed. He glared at the blue-robed youth and said, Lad, how dare you be rude to Purple Marquis? Don't you know that as long as Purple Marquis is willing to join our Heavenly Law Alliance, he will be our Heavenly Law Alliance's protector? Protector Meng Shan, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know Purple Marquis's identity. The blue-robed youth was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man on the left behind Meng Shan. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up and said to Meng Shan with a bitter smile, Protector Meng Shan, this is my clan brother. He just arrived at the 9 Serenities battlefield not long ago. I hope you can forgive him. Meng Shan snorted coldly and did not say anything to the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he wanted to give face to the middle-aged man behind him. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw Purple Marquis disregard the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he did not intend to make a fuss about it. Under such circumstances, he decided to do a favor to the subordinate behind him. If Purple Marquis wanted to make a fuss about it, he could only sacrifice the blue-robed youth. Purple Marquis, why have you come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance? The current Meng Shan was very enthusiastic. To join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Although Meng Shan had already guessed it, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. Our Heavenly Dao Alliance has already sent you an invitation to become one of our 9 protectors. You can just report your name and come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance. There is no need for you to participate in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test with them. With your strength, Purple Marquis, participating in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test is just a small test. There is no need for you to participate. Meng Shan said. I did not hear that you sent me an invitation. Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, Can I join the Heavenly Dao Alliance now? Of course you can. Without any hesitation, Meng Shan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then made an inviting gesture and said, Purple Marquis, please follow me to meet the alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The invitation was personally issued by the alliance leader. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded as he stepped into the air and flew in the direction that Meng Shan indicated. At the same time, Meng Shan glanced at the two middle-aged men behind him and said faintly, "I will leave them to the two of you. The two of you will be in charge of the recruitment test this time." "Yes, 7 protectors." The two of them replied respectfully and sent off the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors with their gazes as they personally brought the astonishingly powerful Purple Marquis into the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. I really did not expect that Purple Marquis's strength would be so powerful. Even the 7 protectors are no match for him. One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man and said with a voice transmission, "That's right, he is too powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid that he is not inferior to the second protector." The second protector could not help but sigh with a voice transmission. The group of people who came to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test, including the blue-robed young man, only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from their sight. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually met the famous Purple Marquis in such a situation. Furthermore, they had also witnessed Purple Marquis's astonishing strength, which was even more powerful than what the rumors said. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, was a 7-star god of war whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, he was actually not a match for Duan Lingtian, which was truly shocking. On the other side, under Meng Shan's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. There were many buildings in the valley, and there were several figures flitting past in the sky. 7th Elder. 7th Elder. Many people brushed past Duan Lingtian and Meng Shan. When they saw Meng Shan, they all bowed to him. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with surprise. This was because Meng Shan was too polite to Duan Lingtian. "Purple Marquis, have you not joined any faction in the 9 Serenities battlefield?" Meng Shan curiously asked. In fact, this was also a test. He wanted to see if Purple Marquis was a spy sent by one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's enemies to infiltrate the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Part of the reason why the Heavenly Tao Alliance invited him was because they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious of Purple Marquis's sudden appearance in the region where the Heavenly Tao Alliance ruled. "I have only been in the 9 Serenities battlefield for less than half a year." Duan Lingtian spoke. Without waiting for Meng Shan's reply, he added, "This is my first time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The reason why I want to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance is because I recently realized that if I don't join a faction, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully in the 9 Serenities battlefield. So that's how it is." Although Meng Shan had an enlightened expression, he was actually doubting the authenticity of Duan Lingtian's words. After all, no one knew if these words were true or not. "Purple Marquis, may I know your name?" Meng Shan asked curiously. Currently, most people only knew Purple Marquis was Purple Marquis, but they did not know his name, which Devata realm he was from, which faction he belonged to, and whether he was a sectless cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not plan to conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Meng Shan's question. "Good name." Meng Shan praised before he asked, "Brother Duan, which Devata realm are you from?" "The solitary destructive heaven." "Are you a sectless cultivator or are you from a faction in the solitary destructive heaven?" "The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian answered Meng Shan's question. When Meng Shan heard Duan Lingtian was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but feel shocked. "I only know that the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is a powerful 6-star god of war. However, I've never heard of someone like you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Shan was even more skeptical now. Could it be that Purple Marquis was a spy sent by another faction? How could he be so unprofessional when it came to forging an identity? Everyone knew that apart from the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. However, Purple Marquis was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Could it be that he was a hidden trump card of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Although it was possible, it was highly unlikely. We're here. Before they knew it, Meng Shan had brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious mansion in the corner of the valley. He said respectfully, "Leader, Purple Marquis is here to join the Heaven Dao Alliance." The spacious mansion was secluded. The surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Duan Lingtian felt relaxed as he stood outside the mansion. He thought to himself, the leader of the Heaven Dao Alliance sure knows how to enjoy life. Naturally, these were Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Purple Marquis? At the same time, a slightly surprised voice sounded from within the mansion at the right time. Literature Hall. Chapter 3553. The League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was one of the 2 8-star war gods of the Heavenly Law Union. He was also the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Union. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard of him more than once. He knew that his strength was considered strong even among the 8-star war gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the Heavenly Law Union to occupy this area and attract countless people to join the Heavenly Law Union. The minimum requirement to enter the Heavenly Law Union was to be a 4-star war god. You are the Purple Marquis? You are so young. Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union more than once, today was the first time he had seen him. He didn't expect him to be a very young man. He was wearing a yellow robe with golden edges. He had a delicate appearance and was holding a glittering golden fan. The fan only had a frame and no fan face. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard that the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was called Shangguan Yunfeng. He was an expert in the 9 regions of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He guarded the Heavenly Law Union and very few people dared to invade it. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were many regions in the north, south, east, west, and central. Every region was divided into nearly 100 regions. Among them, the central region had the most experts. Some of the powerful factions there even had 9-star war gods overseeing them and intimidating everyone. However, in the east region, there were very few 9-star war gods. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even the 9-star war gods who didn't join any factions in the 9 Serenities battlefield wouldn't want to stay in the north, south, east, and west regions. The people in those regions were too weak for them. Even if they killed those people, they wouldn't be interested in the things they could obtain. I am the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union, Shangguan Yunfeng. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and introduced himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's first impression of Shangguan Yunfeng was quite good. When he saw the warm smile on Shangguan Yunfeng's face, a smile appeared on his face as well. He nodded at Shangguan Yunfeng. Duan Lingtian? Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. He studied Duan Lingtian intently before he asked, Duan Lingtian, may I know which Devata realm you're from? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, one of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 guardians, Meng Shan, spoke first. Alliance leader, Purple Marquis said he came from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. As soon as Meng Shan finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Yunfeng and said, Alliance leader, everyone knows that the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The last time Meng Luo appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was only a peak 6-star god of war. In my opinion, this purple-robed Marquis might be a spy planted by another faction in our Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even if he temporarily joins our Heavenly Dao Alliance, we still have to be on guard against him. As Meng Shan reached the end of his voice transmission, his tone turned grave. His expression also turned slightly grave. However, when he heard Meng Shan's words, Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned. He did not even hear Meng Shan's voice transmission clearly. Then, under Meng Shan's shocked gaze, Shangguan Yunfeng cupped his hand slightly at Duan Lingtian. His tone was even more respectful at this moment. So it's you, young palace master. Shangguan Yunfeng was rude earlier. Please forgive me, Young Palace Master. Young Master? Meng Shan was stunned. He looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and asked, Alliance Leader, are you mistaken? Duan Lingtian had heard about the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven when he left the Nine Serenities battlefield a few decades ago. However, the young palace master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not even 1,000 years old. However, Purple Marquis was a peak 7-star god of war. A peak 7-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Based on Meng Shan's knowledge, even in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses held by the title temple, the most outstanding young genius was only a 6-star god of war. Moreover, a 6-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old was rare even in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The young master of the solitary destructive heaven is only a few hundred years old. Meng Shan continued to speak. Meng Shan continued, but he was interrupted by Shangguan Yunfeng before he could finish. Meng Shan, you haven't left the 9th Serenity battlefield recently, right? No. Although Meng Shan was puzzled by Meng Shan's question, he still shook his head. It had been a few decades since he left the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was during that time that he learned about the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had never accepted a disciple, had a true disciple. It's normal that you don't know about this. Shangguan Yunfeng said, he's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not long ago, during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Since then, his name has spread far and wide in the Devata realms. A hint of admiration could be seen in Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid it won't take long for everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield to learn about the young master's strength during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not expect Shangguan Yunfeng to know so much. I wonder if Shangguan Yunfeng has anything to do with the title temple? However, I'm sure not everyone in the title temple knows that I possess the 5 divine elements. It's impossible for Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, to spread the news so widely. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. In the future, he would just have to be careful when cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance. If he felt that something was amiss, he would immediately leave and change his identity. What? Meng Shan was shocked when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. During the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Alliance Leader, is it possible that the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is no longer restricted to those below the age of 1,000? Even those who are more than 1,000 years old can participate? Meng Shan subconsciously thought so, because it was truly inconceivable. If the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was still the same, how could there be 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war? In fact, in the past, there was at most 1 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is still the same as before. Only those who are under the age of 1,000 are allowed to participate. The reason there are 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is completely unexpected. As for the other 2 6-star gods of war, one of them is the young master of the title temple, and the other is from the realms of gods. It was obvious Shangguan Yunfeng knew why Meng Shan was shocked. Meng Shan was dumbstruck when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively, Young master, you've broken through and become a 10-direction celestial emperor, right? Shangguan Yunfeng was aware that Duan Lingtian had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was certain Duan Lingtian would have become a 10-direction celestial emperor if he had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Shangguan Yunfeng had guessed it, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When he regained his senses, he asked in shock, Does this mean you're as strong as a top 8-star god of war? a top 8-star god of war. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, Meng Shan, who had just recovered, was once again startled. Meng Shan felt that the shock that he had received today was greater than all the previous events combined. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Shangguan Yunfeng's question. Shangguan Yunfeng did not press the matter. However, when he saw the mysterious smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he knew the answer to his question. Young master, do you really plan to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's potential, it would not take long for him to have the strength of a 9-star god of war. If he was willing to stay in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he might be able to lead the Heavenly Dao Alliance to occupy a place in the central region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if the current Heavenly Dao Alliance had 2 8-star gods of war, including him, it could only be considered a faction that was not worth mentioning in the central region. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I want to find a place to cultivate. If I cultivate outside, there will often be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb me. Although I can kill them in batches, I am tired of killing them. Therefore, I want to find a faction to join and cultivate in. I don't think there will be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb my cultivation. When Shangguan Yunfeng heard this, he could not help but smile. Young master, is this your first time entering the 9 Serenities battlefield? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Heavenly Dao Alliance welcomes young master to join us. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, young master will be the alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I, Shangguan Yunfeng, will be the vice alliance master. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, he actually wanted to give the position of alliance master to Duan Lingtian. Meng Shan, who was at the side, did not seem to be surprised. He even looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. If the alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was changed to this person in front of him, he would definitely be able to go higher and further in the future. Don't. Duan Lingtian repeatedly refused. I joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance only to find a place to cultivate. Of course, if the Heavenly Dao Alliance needs my help, I will not refuse. However, it cannot cross my moral bottom line. As for the alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I am not interested. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook his head. Although the alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance sounded nice, the responsibility was also great. He was not interested in it at all. Although Shangguan Yunfeng was not surprised that he was rejected, he could not help but smile bitterly. Since that is the case, from today onwards, young master will be the vice alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Just like that, Duan Lingtian became the first vice alliance master in the history of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Chapter 3554. Before Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the strongest members were 2 8-star gods of war. One of them was the alliance master of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. As for the other person, he was the great guardian of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Below them, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7-star gods of war were ranked from the 2nd guardian all the way to the 8th guardian. The Heavenly Dao Alliance had a total of 7 7-star gods of war. In the past, the Heavenly Dao Alliance had invited Duan Lingtian, who was known as the Purple Marquis, because they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian had the strength of a 7-star god of war. They wanted to invite him to the Heavenly Dao Alliance to be the 9th guardian. Now, Duan Lingtian's identity had been exposed. Furthermore, Shangguan Yunfeng knew a lot about him. Therefore, he did not allow him to be the 9th guardian. Instead, he gave him the title of Vice Alliance Master. Duan Lingtian did not feel anything about this. However, Meng Shan, who was beside him, knew that this matter was enough to cause a commotion in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Young Palace Master, my residence is not bad. I will give it to you. When making arrangements for Duan Lingtian, Shangguan Yunfeng planned to give up his residence for Duan Lingtian to cultivate. There is no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just give me a secluded place that is rarely visited. Shangguan Yunfeng originally wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. However, When he saw the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he did not say anything else. He personally brought Duan Lingtian around the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. Young Palace Master, where do you think is suitable? No matter where you like, no matter if there is already someone there, I can arrange it for you. As the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng had the authority and confidence to do so. If anyone was not willing to give it to him, they could scram. That will do. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose to cultivate in the northern corner of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It was a desolate valley where not even a blade of grass grew. It was also a place that nobody in the Heavenly Tao Alliance would choose to cultivate. Most of them would choose to cultivate in places that were lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrance of flowers. Young Palace Master. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Although there is no place in the Nine Serenities battlefield where the heaven and earth spirit energy is denser and thinner, that place is too barren. Why don't we go somewhere with a better view? No, that's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I just want to find a secluded place where no one is around. Alliance leader. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, in the future, when I am cultivating in the Heavenly Law Alliance, unless there is something that requires my help, I do not wish to be disturbed. Rest assured, young Palace Master. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded and vowed, when we go back later, I will list this place as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to come close and disturb your cultivation. Thanks. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shangguan Yunfeng felt flattered. You're too kind, young Palace Master. It's my honor to serve you, young Palace Master. After exchanging soul pearls with Shangguan Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian and Shangguan Yunfeng entered the barren valley to cultivate. The Nine Serenities battlefield was different from other places. In most places, soul pearls were not allowed, let alone soul pearls, celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons. However, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, apart from those who had attained godhood, there were no other restrictions. The Nine Serenities battlefield was like a miniature version of a Devata realm. A Devata realm where there were no gods. Due to the harsh environment, most people who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there were some who were not titled Celestial Emperors, there were not many of them. I didn't expect the young Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would come to the Nine Serenities battlefield and join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng only regained his senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, such a person is bound to become a god in the future. There's no harm in befriending him. Moreover, his master is the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who has attained godhood. No matter what, Shangguan Yunfeng was an 8-star god of war. Although he was a sectless cultivator in the Devata realms, he did not bother to join any forces. He was like a wild crane. He only had a few sectless friends in the Devata realms. He did not have many connections with heaven-grade forces or heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. However, sectless cultivators were still humans, and they had to think about their future. Especially now that he had been stuck at the level of an 8-star war god for tens of thousands of years, if he still didn't break through, he felt that his life was coming to an end. Of course, this was talking about the end of his strength, not the end of his lifespan. He had a lifespan that was as long as heaven and earth. As long as he was not killed, he could live forever. However, there were times when one could not see the light of hope in one's cultivation journey. Moreover, this loneliness would only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, there were many existences who had not made any progress in their cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. They would do some risky things in order to find an opportunity to break through. Many of them had died in the process, while some had successfully broken through and reached a higher level. Whether it was the Nine Serenities battlefield or the Purgatory battlefield, it was a way to break through. For this reason, 7-star gods of war, 8-star gods of war, and even 9-star gods of war could be found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. As sectless cultivators in the Devata realms, they did not have to interact with the outside world. However, They also had needs, and they also had goals. In order to improve their cultivation and strength, they entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in order to seek an opportunity to break through in an adventurous manner. Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and most of the guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were such people. When the young palace master becomes a god in the future, as long as he's willing to give me some pointers, I might be able to improve. Moreover, the young palace master has mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Shangguan Yunfeng was usually arrogant and aloof. However, he was enthusiastic in front of Duan Lingtian because he felt Duan Lingtian would be able to help him in the future. If Duan Lingtian did not help him, even if a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm appeared in front of him, he would still be indifferent. Moreover, there were many heavenly emperors who were weaker than him. After Shangguan Yunfeng left, he immediately ordered the barren mountain where Duan Lingtian had gone to be turned into a forbidden area in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate. For this reason, he even arranged for some elders and disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to patrol the area. If anyone dared to approach the area, they were to be killed without mercy. Forbidden area? Why is that place in the middle of nowhere suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Shangguan Yunfeng's words caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Law Alliance, as expected of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Naturally, many people were curious about the reason. Initially, that place was fine, and no one went there. Why was it suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Could it be that there's a treasure there? Many people speculated inwardly. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. That place was turned into a forbidden area because the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had given it to someone as a place to cultivate. Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis is cultivating there now? Some of the more well-informed people quickly found out that the person cultivating there was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. However, some of them were puzzled. Even if it was Purple Marquis, he shouldn't have such great influence, right? His place of cultivation had actually been turned into a forbidden area by the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and no one was allowed to disturb him. I just received news that Purple Marquis didn't join the Heavenly Tao Alliance as the 9th Elder. Now, Purple Marquis is the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Some of the more well-informed people further inquired about some of the inside story. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance was in an uproar. Deputy leader? The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a deputy leader. The position of the deputy leader is obviously above that of the Great Protector. The Great Protector is an 8-star god of war, so why is Purple Marquis the deputy leader? I can't accept this. Purple Marquis is only a 7-star god of war, so how can he become the deputy leader? Is his strength stronger than the Great Protector? Just as many people were doubting this, more and more news began to spread. Purple Marquis has another identity. He's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's also the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What? He's the Duan Lingtian who won first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Heavens! He came to the Nine Serenities battlefield and joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I heard about him when I went out a month ago. He's the first 7-star god of war in the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Most importantly, he's only a 9 Palaces celestial emperor at that time. I heard about him when I went out 4 months ago. He obtained the exploding element celestial fruit from the title temple during the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people said that once he consumes the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll become a 10 Directions celestial emperor and be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. A top 8-star god of war? Heavens! If that's true, doesn't that mean he's stronger than the Alliance leader? I heard that the Alliance Master intended to give him the position of Alliance Master and let him become the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he rejected it. For this reason, the Alliance leader appointed him as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Every piece of important news shocked everyone in the Heavenly Tao Union, causing their hearts to tremble. After listening to those who had left the Nine Serenities battlefield, they learned that such a peerless genius had appeared in the Devata realm while they were in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Chapter 3555. The current vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only that, but is also a 7-star god of war who won first place in the Devata realm's genius battle. It's hard to imagine a young man who's not even 1,000 years old could achieve such a feat. Has there ever been such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid only the younger generation from the powerful forces in the realms of gods would be able to compete with him at the same age. After Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate were in a state of shock for a long time. As for those who had appeared outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's monastery gate with Duan Lingtian and successfully passed the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, they were shocked when they heard about Purple Marquis, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He hoped he could attain godhood as soon as possible. At the same time, he hoped he could further improve his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth and the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Duan Lingtian had been cultivating all this time and did not appear in public at all. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace. From the moment Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance until now, apart from those who had successfully joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, only the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, one of the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Meng Shan, and 2 of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's elders who had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance during the recruitment last year had seen him. Apart from them, no one else in the Heavenly Tao Alliance had seen Duan Lingtian. During this half a year, news of Duan Lingtian joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance spread like wildfire. For a moment, the title of Purple Marquis that Duan Lingtian had earned previously paled in comparison to the Duan Lingtian's achievements outside. Of course, the group was still shocked by Duan Lingtian for a long time. Half a year had passed, and basically everyone in the eastern 9 districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield that the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in knew that Duan Lingtian had come to the 9 Serenities battlefield as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year. As for the Duan Lingtian's reputation outside, it was also widely spread by some insiders. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only slightly famous in the 9 East district because of his title as the Purple Marquis. Now, he had become a celebrity in the 9 East district. He was so famous that he even surpassed the previous strongest expert in the 9 East district, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. The reason Duan Lingtian was said to be the strongest expert in the 9 East district was because everyone felt that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Shangguan Yunfeng. After all, Duan Lingtian was the strongest expert in the 9 East district. Let alone the 9 East district, I'm afraid no one in the eastern districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield is a match for the legendary disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a top 8-star god of war. Even the strongest 8-star god of war in the eastern district doesn't dare to claim that he's a top 8-star god of war, right? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only spread in the 9 East district. Everyone in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield knew about his achievements in the outside world and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Alliance Master of the Yunqiu Alliance, Yun Lun, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian. The Alliance Master of the Xiao Alliance, Xiao Luoye, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Xiao Alliance. As news of Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many leaders of various forces in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield came to meet Duan Lingtian. However, no one knew what they would do after meeting Duan Lingtian. However, none of them managed to meet Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had rejected all of them. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, felt pressured when facing the leaders of various forces in the Eastern District. He did not dare to reject all of them since many of them were stronger than him. For this reason, he brought some of them to Duan Lingtian's barren mountain to ask for Duan Lingtian's opinion. However, Duan Lingtian rejected all of them. In the end, the number of people who came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with Duan Lingtian dwindled. Alliance Master, Most of them came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with the Vice Alliance Master, right? One of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, asked as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. That's obvious. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded. Of course, even if they don't succeed in seducing the Vice Alliance Master, it will still be beneficial to them if they can get acquainted with the young Imperial Empress. While Meng Shan and Shangguan Yunfeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out from the Heavenly Law Alliance's residence. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. It was as if a clap of thunder had resounded out of nowhere. I'm Wulong, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian. I came to the Heavenly Law Alliance today to meet the Vice Alliance Master, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian. Of course, if it's possible, I would like to have a duel with him. I want to see if he's as strong as the rumors say. When the voice rang out, Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's expressions changed drastically. Wulong isn't the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield? Why is he here in the Eastern District? Based on his aggressive tone, could it be that he is here for the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Alliance Master, what should we do? Meng Shan smiled bitterly as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. A few years ago, I heard that the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had the strength of an 8-star god of war. Based on his tone, it's obvious that he wants to challenge the young Imperial Empress. Duan Lingtian was the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, regardless of whether it was Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or Meng Shan, the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they still addressed Duan Lingtian as Young Palace Master. This was because they knew their status as the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was not good enough for the Young Palace Master. This is no longer something that we can interfere with, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. What I regret the most now is that I didn't seal the news and let everyone know that the young Imperial Empress is in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Let's go. Follow me to meet the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan along as they headed toward the source of the voice. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Law Alliance's base. At the same time, they saw 2 people standing not far away. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and muscular. Although he was not considered handsome, he was very handsome and masculine. His eyebrows were sword-like, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. Behind him was an old man dressed in a grey robe. The old man was skinny, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His body was full of vitality, far surpassing most of the young people. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, and the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Meng Shan, greet Alliance Master Wulong. The moment Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan saw the 2 people, they quickly bowed to the young man in the lead. With just a glance, he could tell that this person was Wulong, who was famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, Ji, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was also the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was established by the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor. It was said that the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was already a 9-star god of war, a half-step divine spirit. He was also the first Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. Wulong was his junior brother from the same sect. Ask Duan Lingtian to come out and see me. Wulong hovered in the air as he glanced at Shangguan Yunfeng indifferently. Alliance Master Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. The young Imperial Empress has been in seclusion recently. I'm afraid it's not convenient for her to come out and see you. Why don't I discuss it with her and ask her to visit you in the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance? When Shangguan Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, a nervous and cautious expression appeared on his face. He was not a match for Wulong. Even if he was, he would not dare to casually make a move against Wulong. Once he made a move, he would definitely provoke the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. After all, the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Wulong narrowed his eyes when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'll give you 15 minutes. If I don't see Duan Lingtian by then, I'll annihilate the Heaven Dao Alliance. As for whether I have the ability to do so, you should be very clear about that." When Wulong said this, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng's expression change, but even Meng Shan's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "Alliance Master Wulong, please wait for a moment." At this point, Shangguan Yunfeng had no other choice. "I'll go look for the young Imperial Empress now." After saying this, he brought Meng Shan back to the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. Along the way, Meng Shan said in a trembling voice, "Alliance Master, isn't this Wulong too overbearing? He wants to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance just because of a disagreement." In his eyes, in the eyes of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance, what is the Heavenly Law Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. The Heavenly Law Alliance was the strongest force in the 9 eastern regions. However, in the eastern regions, it could only be considered as one of the top forces. Such a force was nothing in the central regions. When compared to the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance, which was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was not even worth mentioning. If the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance wanted to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Young Imperial Empress. When Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan to Duan Lingtian's place of cultivation, they saw a purple figure standing in the sky above the barren mountain, quietly watching them approach. It was Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3556. Young Palace Master, you know about it? Shangguan Yunfeng asked instinctively when he saw Duan Lingtian had already revealed himself. "What's the matter with Duan Lingtian?" His voice was loud, "So it's hard for me not to know about it." Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although he felt more at ease cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance compared to cultivating in the outside world, he could not fully immerse himself in it. Therefore, he left a trace of his consciousness to maintain contact with Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If Huang discovered something was amiss, she would immediately contact him so he could be on guard. This had always been the case. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian heard someone had announced his identity and his current strength, he knew Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. In fact, Duan Lingtian suspected Duan Lingtian had something to do with the title temple. Since Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian, it was highly likely that the title temple knew that Duan Lingtian was in the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they had instructed Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian to send his disciple to test Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long been prepared for someone to attack him. The reason he did not conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield was because he wanted the title temple to know he was here so they could send someone to deal with him. Back then, his master Feng Qingyang's clone had been destroyed in the realm where the title temple's main palace was located. He had been brooding over this matter ever since. Even though he knew his master's clone would not be harmed, he still could not let it go. Moreover, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, Mi Xian, and Yahiko had colluded with each other and forced Duan Lingtian to flee. Duan Lingtian would never forget this. Naturally, with his current strength, he would not be able to deal with the title temple in the Devata realms. However, he could do so in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The 9 Serenities battlefield was forbidden to gods. Only those who were not gods were allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, the title temple would only send a 9-star god of war or a quasi-god to deal with him. Although the 9-star god of war, who was known as a demigod, was powerful, there was a world of difference between him and a real deity. His master, Feng Qingyang, had told him about this before. In the eyes of a deity, Even in the eyes of a lesser deity, if you don't become a god, you're just an ant. Let's go. Before Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan could speak again, Duan Lingtian spoke first. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess why the two of them had chosen this time. It was definitely because the Heavenly Law Alliance was afraid of the other party. On the way, Shangguan Yunfeng introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. After the introduction, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suspect that his previous guess was wrong. Wu Long was the second true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fan. He was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, one of the strongest forces in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Wherever a peak 8-star god of war appeared, he would go and challenge them. Today, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Long was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war. This was because all of the 8-star gods of war he had challenged were no match for him. Ever since news of you joining the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many people have been saying that with your strength, you might not necessarily be weaker than Wu Long. Wu Long's master is a deity, and so is your master. Shangguan Yunfeng said to Duan Lingtian, based on Wu Long's personality, if he hears such rumors, he won't let it go so easily. For this reason, I'm not surprised that he's here. Shangguan Yunfeng's words made Duan Lingtian doubt his previous guess. After all, based on Wu Long's voice, he knew Wu Long was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian. However, he did not know what kind of person Wu Long was. Therefore, he assumed Wu Long had something to do with a titled Celestial Emperor. However, he was certain Wu Long's appearance might not have anything to do with the title temple. Even if his appearance has nothing to do with the title temple, since he's here, this battle is inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The strongest person below the 9-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield. It seems like he's one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. A top 8-star god of war. This is my first time facing such a powerful opponent. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many powerhouses who were stronger than Wu Long, he had never fought with any of them before. Now, Wu Long was his opponent. Just as well. I'll test my strength. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought to himself. Previously, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had displayed the strength of a top 7-star god of war without using a celestial weapon. If he used a celestial weapon, no one below the 8-star god of war would be a match for him. At that time, he was only a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor. However, he was now a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, his comprehension of the law of space and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth had improved significantly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had no idea how strong he was. However, if he used the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, he was confident he could kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. No matter what, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was still a high-grade divine tool with a soul. It was one of the best divine tools in the world. When he was still weak, the power he could exert was limited. But now, he could exert its power even further. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword in his battle with Wu Long. It's a pity I can't use the power of the 5 divine elements for now. Otherwise, I'll be able to kill anyone below the godly stage if I use their power, unless he has a high-level 5 divine element as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how the 5 divine elements had drained too much of their energy to save him, and how they were now in a deep slumber. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate under Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's guidance. At this very moment, there were already quite a few people standing not too far away from them. They were all members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Alliance leader and the 7 guardians are here. The purple-clad young man standing in front of the Alliance leader and the 7 guardians must be the Purple Marquis. Why are you still calling him Purple Marquis? You should call him Lord Vice Alliance Leader or Young Master. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who came to watch looked at Duan Lingtian in awe and excitement. They had finally met the elusive Vice Alliance Leader today. That's Wu Long, the second alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. He's known as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Is our Vice Alliance leader a match for him? Don't underestimate Lord Vice Alliance leader. During the Battle of the Geniuses, Lord Vice Alliance leader was only a 9 Palaces celestial emperor, but he was already as strong as a 7-star god of war without using any celestial weapons. Now, he must have become a 10 Directions celestial emperor with the help of the exploding element celestial fruit. Although Wu Long is strong, I don't think Lord Vice Alliance leader will be defeated by him. Wu Long must have heard about the young master's achievements and found out he's in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. That's why he came looking for trouble. As expected of the universally acknowledged crazy challenge demon in the 9th Serenity battlefield. I've finally witnessed it today. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, shifted their gazes between Duan Ling Tian and Wu Long, who was standing nearby. They whispered among themselves endlessly, "Duan Ling Tian." Wu Long's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. "I've seen your performance in the Battle of the Geniuses in the floating image pearl. You're really strong. You must be a 10 Directions celestial emperor now, right? So what if I've become a 10 Directions celestial emperor?" Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he hovered in the air, facing Wu Long. "If you haven't become a 10 Directions celestial emperor, I'll turn around and leave. After all, even if I defeat you, it won't be an honorable victory." Wu Long's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "If you're a 10 Directions celestial emperor, you won't be able to avoid this battle. Naturally, if you want to avoid this battle, all you have to do is admit defeat in front of everyone in the Heavenly Tao Alliance." As he spoke, the corners of Wu Long's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face at the right time. "Since you came all the way from the central region, how can I disappoint you?" The group of people from the Heaven Tao Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Duan Ling Tian to see how he would react. In the end, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His tone was still calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his voice. "Good. Very good." Wu Long grinned. "Today, I, Wu Long, the second true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, will fight with you, the only true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If you can defeat me as an 8-star god of war, you'll be the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If you lose, I'll solidify my position as the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one will dare to question me anymore." As his voice faded, the light in Wu Long's eyes grew increasingly resplendent and raging. At the same time, Wu Long's figure flashed as he moved forward like a ghost. At the same time, he stepped into the air and said, "Duan Ling Tian, since you're younger than me, you'll make the first move. Today's battle is a battle of honor. I won't show you any mercy just because you're younger. Show me mercy." Duan Ling Tian, who had remained calm since the beginning, could not help but laugh when he heard Wu Long's words. "If you want to show me mercy, you should at least show me mercy. If you want to fight, let's fight. However, I hope you'll be able to bear the consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's divine travel vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Wu Long. His eyes were still as calm as before as he looked down at Wu Long. When Duan Ling Tian heard Shangguan Yunfeng's introduction of Wu Long, he did not have a good impression of Wu Long. Chapter 3557. Consequences. What consequences can there be? Wu Long chuckled as he raised his head to look at Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported into the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from his body and intertwined with each other to form a mini thunderstorm. A terrifying aura emanated from the thunderstorm. Wu Long stood in the middle of the thunderstorm and was bathed in lightning bolts. He held a lightning bolt in his hand and had a thunderbolt circling his head. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring. It was obvious Wu Long was skilled in the law of thunder. As one of the few laws that were an extension of the 5 elemental laws, the law of thunder surpassed the law of thunder. Currently, Wu Long's body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He had the domineering law of fire, the indestructible law of metal, and the sharp law of wind. Duan Lingtian, today, show me your strength. You're widely acknowledged as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Devata realms. I only hope you live up to your reputation, Wu Long said in a thunderous voice. At the same time, he made his move. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a gigantic lightning bolt as he charged forward. Boom! Rumble! Thunderous roars echoed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members saw a familiar change in color. Thunder and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth, and they were like purple lightning dragons that were rapidly circling the earth. Amidst the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic bolt of lightning that resembled a gigantic lightning dragon circled around Duan Lingtian. It was so majestic that it covered the clouds and the sun. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. What a terrifying law of thunder! Wu Long lives up to his reputation as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Many elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance exclaimed. Can the Vice Alliance leader be a match for him? Many people looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. Although the Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had a calm expression on his face and gave off a sense of security, they still did not have high hopes for him. Alliance Master, do you think young Palace Master can win? The Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master, Shangguan Yunfeng, didn't only have the 7 protectors, Meng Shan, by his side. At some point in time, a few more old men had appeared. They were the other protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. One of them took the initiative to ask a question, while the others also had looks of anticipation in their eyes. Hard to say. Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head. Wulong's strength is well known in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Everyone knows that. Young Palace Master, on the other hand, has only shown the strength of a 7-star god of war in front of others. Of course, that time, he didn't use any immortal artifact, yet he displayed the strength of a peak 7-star war god. Furthermore, he was only a 9 Palaces immortal emperor back then. Currently, he should be a 10 Directions celestial emperor. His strength must be even more unfathomable than before. He should be at least a peak 8-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm when facing Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng did not know if Duan Lingtian would win, but he could see Duan Lingtian's confidence. Although Duan Lingtian's words were ambiguous, his heart was filled with hope. He hoped that a miracle would happen and that Duan Lingtian would defeat Wulong. If Duan Lingtian defeated Wulong, he would become famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but even in the Devata realms, news of Duan Lingtian defeating Wulong would spread like wildfire. At that time, he would be even more famous than his master, Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Make your move. At this moment, a deafening voice rang in the air like thunder. In the next moment, everyone saw that a human figure once again appeared from the giant lightning bolt. However, it was a figure that was obviously dozens of times larger than before. It was an enlarged version of Wu Long. Wu Long stood in the air, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He was like a thunder god that had descended to earth. In his hand was a gigantic saber that was formed purely from lightning. The power of lightning gathered on the saber gave off a terrifying destructive aura as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Wulong's body was as huge as a mountain as he stood in the air. His aura was domineering. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood in front of Wulong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be extremely tiny before Wulong's figure that was like a mountain, and he was like an insignificant ant. All right. Duan Lingtian replied calmly when he heard Wu Long's challenge. Subsequently, the space around his body fluctuated, and a gigantic ancient tree appeared in a timely manner. At first, it was just an illusory figure before it finally materialized. It was the pine willow divine tree that Duan Lingtian had not used for a long time. When the pine willow divine tree appeared, it was as huge as a mountain. In terms of height, it was not inferior to Wulong. That's the pine willow divine tree? Vice leader, are you saying that the pine willow divine tree has transformed into a human? No. The young leader is a human. That's just his pine willow divine tree avatar. The pine willow divine tree was a famous plant in the Devata realms. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although the pine willow divine tree avatar was not as big as the pine willow divine tree, it was still very close. If a human could form such a pine willow divine tree avatar, their strength would increase significantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pine willow divine tree's avatar, swung its branches at Wu Long with just a thought. Terrifying sonic booms rang in the air as the branches swept toward Wu Long. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wu Long's body was completely exposed to the pine willow divine tree's branches. The pine willow divine tree's branches fell like a carpet, enveloping Wu Long like a mobile prison, trying to imprison him within. Humph! Wu Long scoffed when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. Then, he swung the thunder saber in his hand, and a saber ray that was surrounded by lightning shot out toward the pine willow divine tree's branches. Buzz! The saber ray tore through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Spurt! 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 As for the branches of the pine willow divine tree, they were chopped into pieces by the saberlight in the air. Is that all you've got? Wu Long said condescendingly with a disdainful expression on his face. However, as soon as Wu Long finished speaking, his expression changed again. He saw that the tree branches that had been chopped off by him actually disappeared into thin air after they were chopped off. When they reappeared, they were already in front of him, and like thousands of arrows, they shot towards his body. Oh, no! Without any hesitation, Wu Long's body was surrounded by lightning as he tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack. However, as he had hastily gathered his strength, he did not have enough strength. In just a blink of an eye, the lightning surrounding his body was destroyed by the branches that shot toward him. The branches continued to land on his body. Wah! Even though the hastily mobilized lightning energy had greatly reduced the force, the remaining force of the branch still injured Wu Long when it landed on his body, causing him to involuntarily open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Vice Alliance leader is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Wu Long. It seems like Vice Alliance leader might really be able to defeat Wu Long. Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance's eyes lit up when they saw this. They could not help but look expectant. However, it was obvious that Wu Long's injuries were not serious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face regained its color. At the same time, he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. You have some skills. I have to admit that I was careless. Now, since you have already made your move, it's my turn now. After Wu Long said this in an indifferent tone, he suddenly stretched out his hands horizontally. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Boom! Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large thundercloud had gathered in the sky and covered the sun. It caused the sky outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's base to become extremely boundless. The crowd's eyes darkened as if a storm was about to descend. Boom! 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 Just as many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were shocked by the scene before them, they saw Wu Long move. Thick lightning bolts descended from the thundercloud in the sky and smashed toward Duan Lingtian. This scene was more like the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Lightning punishment, heavenly tribulation. The lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept through the entire sky as though it was washing the earth, and it enveloped Duan Lingtian within it. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappeared before the crowd's eyes. It was as if he had been completely submerged. This scene caused the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance to hold their breaths. Just a moment ago, they had seen their Heavenly Law Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Duan Lingtian, ushering in the dawn of victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Wu Long made his move. It was as if the God of Thunder controlled the lightning bolts and struck down the heavenly tribulation on Duan Lingtian. The heavenly tribulation was all-pervasive and made people's hearts palpitate. Young Palace Master, at this moment, even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had a grave expression on his face. He knew that although he would not die under this wave of heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be seriously injured and would not be able to display his full strength. This move was enough to defeat him. It should be known that Wu Long had not used his celestial artifact yet. Is that all you have? Just when everyone was worried about Duan Ling Tian, a voice resonated from the heavenly tribulation. Following that, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes in a timely manner. A young man in a purple robe flew up into the sky. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, but when it came within a few meters of him, it was destroyed and turned into ashes. This was the true annihilation of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Within a few meters of him, the young man in purple robe seemed to be invincible. No matter what kind of power approached him, it would be destroyed without exception. Is this the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? The scene in front of him made the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes burn with passion. He had only heard of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of it. In fact, he had never seen anyone use it before. Now, he was witnessing it for the first time. Chapter 3558. Oh my God! What kind of technique is this? Isn't this too terrifying? Currently, Duan Lingtian was bathed in the lightning tribulation, but he was completely unharmed. Even the purple robe on his body did not have any signs of wrinkles. This scene shocked all of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's members present. Even the old man who came with Wu Long had a grave expression on his face. Previously, he had a calm expression on his face, but at this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. You have indeed grasped the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. At this moment, even Wu Long's expression turned grave. However, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was filled with an awe-inspiring battle intent. His voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. This is what makes it interesting. Next, I will not hold back. Hold back. Wu Long's words shocked the group of people from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This Wu Long was still holding back. If you have any techniques, feel free to use them. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Wu Long calmly. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Lingtian's calmness was a great provocation to Wu Long. Immediately, he coldly snorted as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly raised both of his arms. The terrifying lightning tribulation began to wreak havoc around his body, and a resplendent purple radiance spread out. At the same time, the lightning tribulation in the sky no longer attacked Duan Lingtian. The lightning tribulation that extended from the lightning tribulation instead fell towards Wu Long. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. What was Wu Long trying to do? Why is Wu Long attacking himself? What is he trying to do? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not see through Wu Long's actions. Even the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance present on the scene, including the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, could not see through him. However, when the lightning tribulation fell on Wu Long's body, they finally understood. It turned out that Wu Long was not torturing himself. When the lightning that filled the sky was still some distance away from Wu Long, the lightning storm on Wu Long's body suddenly twisted and formed an enormous vortex that sucked in all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. It was as if a giant beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom. Rumble. Every time Wu Long swallowed a wave of lightning punishment, the lightning storm on Wu Long's body would increase explosively, as if it had become a part of Wu Long's power. It had to be known that the lightning punishment from the thunderclouds wasn't Wu Long's own power. It was an attack condensed from the fundamental profundity of the lightning laws. It was an attack formed by Wu Long using his own comprehension of the lightning laws. It wasn't Wu Long's own power. But now, they had become a part of Wu Long's power. Is this the embryonic form of the devouring Tao? When Duan Lingtian saw Wu Long's technique, he realized something. He was shocked. He didn't expect the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian, would be able to touch the threshold of the devouring Tao. It was just that he had not mastered it yet. Of course, there were many people in this world who had touched the threshold of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Some of them had even touched the threshold of each of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. However, none of them had mastered it yet, let alone mastered it completely. How surprising. A rare expression of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well finally had some changes in them. Duan Lingtian, take this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wulong, who was like a balloon that was constantly inflating, suddenly stopped inflating. His eyes were as big as gongs as he suddenly let out an explosive roar. At the same time, he stepped into the air like a thunder god that had descended, and his fist could smash through everything. Bang! Wulong's body swayed like a ghost. His fist was like a dragon. When he punched, the raging lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! When the lightning dragon came into contact with Duan Lingtian's way of control, it was not destroyed by the space energy that Duan Lingtian controlled. In fact, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure that almost suffocated him. Although it's only the embryonic form of the devouring Tao, the strength that he has displayed by gathering the power in his body is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to think of such a way to increase his strength before he has mastered the devouring Tao. He's using his body to resist the lightning. Moreover, it's not completely under his control. If he's not careful, he might be devoured by the lightning and die. However, based on his current strength, it's indeed difficult for anyone below the 9-star god of war to be a match for him. Duan Lingtian could see that Wulong's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary 8-star god of war. Naturally, he was not close to the level of a 9-star god of war. After all, there was a huge gap between a peak 8-star god of war and a 9-star god of war. A peak 8-star god of war was known as a quasi-god of war. Before his celestial origin energy transformed, even a powerful titled celestial emperor could only be considered an 8-star god of war. Once the quasi-gods of war showed their strength, even if their comprehension of the law of profundities was not as good as Duan Lingtian and Wulong's, they would still be able to suppress them. Naturally, this was only possible if the weapons in their hands were of similar grades. If Duan Lingtian used the 7 orifices exquisite sword to wield the prominent devouring Tao weapon, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat or kill Wulong if he was a quasi-god who did not have a devouring Tao weapon and had comprehended a law of profundities weaker than Duan Lingtian. Just in time, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he faced Wulong's ferocious punch. He placed his left hand on his back and extended his right hand. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his right hand and transformed into a sword that emitted a mysterious aura. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as Wulong's punch that was as powerful as a lightning dragon, it was still hair-raising. Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian forming the sword in his hand. It's said that apart from grasping the basics of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, young Master Duan Lingtian has also grasped the sword Tao of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he has mastered the space sword Tao with unlimited potential. As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, Duan Lingtian made his move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword horizontally. The entire process seemed as though an ordinary person was casually swinging his sword. There was no technique nor was there any brilliance. It was just a plain and ordinary sword strike that was swung out just like that. Moreover, this sword strike met the thunderous energy of Wulong's punch head-on. The terrifying thunderous energy created a long river in the sky. It was as though a thunderous dragon was flying through the sky. It was also as though a thunderous meteor was streaking across the sky. Its target was Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the simple and unadorned sword met Wulong's mighty punch. In the next instant, the crowd saw, Duan Lingtian's ordinary sword strike was drowned out by Wulong's mighty punch. It was as though he was a lone boat that was submerged in the ocean. Just as the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were feeling somewhat disappointed, rip. A crisp tearing sound was clearly transmitted into their ears. In the next instant, they saw the thunderous energy of Wulong's mighty punch suddenly stopped in midair. It could not move forward at all. Moreover, it was obvious the energy was still being depleted. Heavens! What's that? At the same time, many people saw a crack in the sky that had stopped Wulong's punch. It was like the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the energy of Wu Long's punch. It's a spatial tear. Heavens! Lord Vice Alliance leader created a spatial tear with just a sword strike. Isn't it said that only god-level powerhouses can create spatial tears in the Devata realms? Moreover, the space in the Nine Serenities battlefield is even more stable than a Devata realm. Ordinary god-level powerhouses might not be able to create a spatial tear. Don't tell me Lord Vice Alliance leader is already a god-level powerhouse. Are you stupid? If the Vice Alliance leader is a god-level powerhouse, how can he enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? The scene before them frightened many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, causing their hearts to tremble. Naturally, some high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Law Alliance also noticed this. The young palace master didn't use brute force to create a spatial tear. Instead, he used his sword Dao that has been fused with the law of space to create a spatial tear. However, even if it's a trick, not many people can do it. Amazing. Truly amazing. I didn't think I'd be able to witness a battle of this level in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. Under the shocked gazes of the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian's casual swing of his sword had created a spatial tear that devoured Wu Long's energy. At this moment, Wu Long was also staring at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, after a few moments, the cold light in Wu Long's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. As expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As Wu Long walked in the air towards Duan Lingtian, he withdrew the energy on his body, causing the violent lightning energy to dissipate completely. What's Wu Long doing? Is he admitting defeat? Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were puzzled. Although Wu Long was at a disadvantage, this was not the end of the battle. After all, both of them did not use their weapons. Moreover, they did not know if Wu Long still had any tricks up his sleeve. What's wrong? Are you admitting defeat? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wu Long, who had retracted his energy and approached him. At this moment, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3559. Duan Lingtian, your strength is truly shocking and admirable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wu Long had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "You are the strongest 8-star war god that I, Wu Long, have ever encountered. Even the person of the same generation that I admire the most, my senior brother, wasn't as strong as you when he was at the 8-star war god level." Wu Long said. And then? You admit defeat? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Wu Long calmly. Now, other than admitting defeat, do I have any other choice? Wu Long looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Why don't you show me the right path? As Wu Long spoke, Duan Lingtian's raging power began to retract. It was as if a spatial storm had surrounded him and then returned to his body. You admit defeat? The conversation between Wu Long and Duan Lingtian entered the ears of the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. At this moment, from the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, to the ordinary Heavenly Dao Alliance's disciples, everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them had an excited expression on their faces. Heavens! The Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader had actually defeated Wu Long. Before today, Wu Long was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the 9-star war god level in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, today, at this very moment, Wu Long was defeated by the Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader. From today onwards, the title of the strongest 9-star war god in the Nine Serenities battlefield would belong to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's deputy alliance leader, Duan Lingtian. However, just when everyone thought that Wu Long had admitted defeat and Duan Lingtian had retracted his power, it was also the moment when everyone let down their guard. In the depths of Wu Long's eyes, there was a glimmer of a scheme that had succeeded. At the same time, a dark and gloomy long shuttle wrapped in black lightning suddenly shot out from between Wu Long's eyebrows. It flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, aiming straight for between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. This was Wulong's soul-attacking divine weapon, the God-annihilating shuttle. Although it was a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul, it was still a divine artifact. With Wulong's current strength, it was no weaker than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Furthermore, it was a divine artifact that could attack one's soul, which made it even more difficult to obtain. Wulong's attack was extremely sudden and ridiculously fast. In fact, no one would have thought that Wulong would make a move at such a time. Didn't he concede defeat in disguise just now? Did he still have any sense of shame for suddenly killing someone? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the sudden soul attack from the divine weapon. The scene in front of him was not only unexpected to the others present, but also to him. However, no matter what was said, he had seen a lot along the way, so he still had the most basic sense of vigilance. For this reason, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wulong's soul-attacking divine weapon, the soul-annihilating shuttle. His celestial origin energy and a strange aura surged out and instantly froze the soul-annihilating shuttle in place. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for those with a high cultivation base to see what was going on. At the same time, the same thought appeared in their minds: the law of time. The law of time was the most effective law in dealing with sneak attacks. For other laws, one would need to accumulate energy to unleash a powerful attack. However, the law of time did not need to do so. With just a thought, one could use one's celestial origin energy and the time elemental profundity to affect the flow of time in a certain place. This was one of the reasons the law of time was widely acknowledged as the strongest law among the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had stopped Wulong's attack with just a thought. The law of time. As for Wulong, his expression changed drastically at this moment, and his pupils shrank rapidly. He did not expect this outcome. He thought he was close enough to Duan Lingtian. No matter how strong his opponent was, as long as he was not a 9-star god of war, he was confident he could kill him with a sneak attack. As for the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance who said he had attacked Duan Lingtian when he admitted defeat, he did not care at all. After all, after killing Duan Lingtian, he did not plan to spare anyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. If he and the old man joined forces, they would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have comprehended the law of time. Even if Duan Lingtian had not fused the law of time with other profundities, as long as he could freeze time, he would be able to seize an opportunity. And this moment of opportunity was enough to disrupt his plans. He had originally planned to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack, then kill everyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This way, even if he lost to Duan Lingtian, no one would know. However, he did not expect this to happen. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost at the same time as Wulong's expression changed, Duan Lingtian's unskilled profundity of the law of time lost its effect and could not continue to block Wulong's soul attack. The god-annihilating shuttle continued to attack Duan Lingtian's glabella. Huang-er! Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately communicated with the sword soul of the 7 treasures exquisite sword, Huang-er. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from between Duan Lingtian's brows as well. It was a 7-colored ray of light that was dazzling and gorgeous. Just a glance at it was enough to make one lose themselves in it. It was truly mesmerizing. However, as the saying goes, the most beautiful thing could often be the most dangerous thing. This was the case now. Swoosh. As soon as the dazzling 7-colored sword ray appeared, it seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. Even the heavens and the earth seemed to have lost their color. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there was only this 7-colored light left. No, before the crowd could react, Wulong, who was targeted by Duan Lingtian's 7 treasures exquisite sword, had a huge change in his expression. He subconsciously let out an anxious cry. The 7 treasures exquisite sword was a high-grade divine artifact. As for high-grade offensive divine artifacts, they had a special characteristic. They could be used as both a material offensive divine artifact and a soul offensive divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than Wulong's. Wulong was using a low-grade divine artifact that did not even have a sword soul. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was using a high-grade divine artifact that had a sword soul. The result was obvious. Poof! Almost at the same time that Wu Long screamed, everyone present, including the old man who came with Wu Long, felt a chill in their hearts. In the next moment, they saw. When Wu Long's soul attack divine artifact was hit by the seven-colored sword ray, not only did its energy dissipate, but it had also been severed into two and was sent flying out of control. At the same time, the seven-colored sword ray that had lost a portion of its brilliance shot into Wu Long's glabella. Swoosh! As soon as the seven-colored sword ray entered Wu Long's glabella, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from Wu Long's glabella. Immediately after, along with a wave of vast majestic aura, a phantom also appeared at the right time. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, whom he had met during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Wu Long was Jiyu's second true disciple. Naturally, Jiyu had left a soul mark on Wu Long. Master, save me. Wu Long cried out anxiously as though he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Duan Lingtian? Jiyu stared at Duan Lingtian and was obviously slightly surprised. Heavenly Emperor Jiyu. Duan Lingtian looked at Jiyu's silhouette and nodded as he greeted him. Today, it's your disciple who tried to kill me first. If you want to plead on his behalf, there's no need for that. I, Duan Lingtian, have never shown mercy to those who try to kill me. Duan Lingtian's tone was firm. He was not afraid of Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. I'm willing to pay a price. Jiyu frowned when he heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. In the end, he did not beat around the bush. It was clear he was willing to pay a price to save his disciple's life. Not interested. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth and Jiyu's expression darkened, a seven-colored light rose from Wu Long's body. When it expanded to a certain extent, it exploded. As for the phantom of Jiyu's soul imprint, it was also blown away. Spiritual imprints were mostly used to send messages so that the person who left the spiritual imprint would be able to sense that the person they left the spiritual imprint on was in danger and rush over to rescue them. However, Wu Long was currently in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, could make it in time, he would not be able to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Wu Long's body was completely annihilated in the void as if he had never existed. Not only was his spatial ring destroyed, but his blood had also evaporated. The second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, who was said to be invincible under the Nine-Star War God in the Nine Serenities battlefield, had died in an inconspicuous corner in the eastern part of the Nine Serenities battlefield. His dead. That figure was the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, Lord Jiyu. Obviously. It's obvious that the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven left a spiritual imprint on his disciple, Wu Long. Before Wu Long died, the spiritual imprint blocked a blow for him. However, it was obvious that he could not protect Wu Long, so he came out to negotiate with the Deputy Alliance Leader. The Deputy Alliance Leader ignored him and killed Wu Long directly. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, including the Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was shocked by the scene earlier. They did not expect the Deputy Alliance Leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to be so domineering. He did not even give face to Jifan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,